And we're live. All right. Well, actually, we're going to do the opening real quick. So we're going to be not live for a second. Screen, and welcome. We're on the main screen. We're back again. Everybody watch that lovely recap. This needs a little bit of updating, and Thodubs, who has taken miraculous, amazing notes from last session, is going to give us
who's playing it up there? I mean, man.
Yes, I got to give you a good, a good MC, a good move the spotlight over to Thodubs and let him give us our recap from last time. It was a short session, so it shouldn't be too much.
So now with the bright lights in my eyes, I will try and squint and read my notes here. So anyway, so we were at the point where I have down where we were talking about actually doing some, we have this race that's coming up. We were asked that we need to actually be involved. There is actually a bad guy who actually is affiliated with this race. I did not keep track of his name. He is here somewhere, but he is...
Howard.
What is it?
Josh Howard, also known as Carnage.
There we go. I remember his picture didn't look too menacing, but I do. So yes, he is the one that's in these races, these illegal speeder races. This are the shuttle races, and there are, for some reason, there's always these bad things that happen to people who are racing against him. He's got a habit of building machines for each specific race. He doesn't actually specifically use a dedicated machine or dedicated shuttle, so he always kind of builds something custom each time, is what it seems. So we have been tasked to go and find this guy and to get more information about him. So during our investigations, we actually had several recommendations to go to different places to try and find this particular individual. One of the places was the Boiler Room, which we did not go. It was a local place, a bar. We were not locals, so we didn't feel that we would blend in. We decided to head off to another place that was recommended to us called the Wild Ride, which was basically an unmarked club that we decided to head to. So all of us decided to go there. This is meanwhile while the captain is actually out of commission. So it was Frank, Luca, and Aiden are the ones who went to this club. When we were there, Frank and Luca had a little too much fun, especially Luca. Luca actually decided that he was going to head off and bumped into a woman of the night, a woman of the club, and had a little too much fun with her. Went off to a back room that was definitely not private. Meanwhile, Frank and I, we ended up finding a guy that was wearing a red suit that was off in the corner. His name was Vincent. Frank actually made some small talk, talking about his suit and where he got it from, which was actually located in New Home, is where the tailor was at. He was actually looking for a pilot in the race. Now, ultimately, we found this guy through him kind of giving Luca the eyeball and watching him and watching his crazy movements with this girl on this table, which was really good stuff. But anyway, So we ended up finding out that he's looking for a pilot. We had a little confusion off of a shuttle. However, we got that resolved. And right now, as it stands, Luca is going to be the pilot of Vincent's ship, of Vincent's addition into the race. Vincent is actually a promoter of the race, probably a benefactor, somebody who actually likes to, again, promote the race, but also probably place wages and bets on the race as well. That's why he's always looking for talent, so he can actually make money off of it. In addition to this, after we were done with being at the Wild Ride, we decided to leave and make contact with Stacy from the Valentine Corporation. Actually let her know that we have secured a spot in the race. However, we were in need of a shuttle. Despite the initial desire for us not to actually enter the race or be a part of it, we were in need of a shuttle to be able to continue to finish our mission. So as such, Stacy pulled through for us. She actually found a shuttle. However, we were under the very strict instructions that she needed it back and that it was a loan and that we needed to take care of it. So that was the end. So we were, again, getting ready to prep for the shuttle, waiting for our phone call. Towards the end of the session, I believe we actually did receive a phone call, but we were going to start the race at another time due to timing. And that is what I have for the recap.
Damn, 10 out of 10.
I was about to say, I should have graded it. You'd have gotten an A+. That's probably the best recap we've ever had for Traveler.
Well fucking done, sir.
Now you guys are going to make me cry now. I'm going to shed a tear every
So what I'm hearing is you do need to keep taking notes, because you took really good notes. You did have like 3 very, very, very minor things that I will self-correct as we go along. You also said actually 14 times during your recap. So there's that.
Hey, he did a great fucking job.
You did great.
Good job.
Don't start counting the times I say though, because we've got no room to talk.
Okay, so I did it 14 times. My goal next time is 15 or greater.
Yes.
That's my goal. I just want to let everybody know that.
All right, so you fucking nailed it. Normally this is where I'd ask Kizik and Ghost if they have anything to add, and I will ask that, but I think you pretty much got everything.
I definitely got their attention first. Like, that's the whole point. That's why I was so excited. And yeah, and Liza is still a viable ally.
Liza, that was her
problem.
name.
Yeah,
Liza is a problem.
She is a scourge among the crew right now that we have no idea what's actually going on with her.
Wow, there's a lot of hate going on for your girlfriend there, Kizik. Like, seriously. It's a lot of hate. Yeah, okay. Ghost, any things to add?
I just have some my personal notes here regarding Stacy and Goss rifle. But yeah, other than that, I think he nailed it.
A minor overlook of like just straight out murder that was going to happen.
Well,
you're right. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of overlooked that.
You think that was an oversight, or you think he intentionally didn't bring it up?
Out of sight, out of mind. I just, it was anyway. Yeah.
So, the captain, he was supposed to be out of hospital care, but you've gotten a couple of status notifications from the hospital system letting you know as his point of contact, and in the system, he's basically appointed, you guys to be his next of kin because he doesn't have kin in the system. So you're getting all these notifications saying he's still in for secondary procedures. And if he does show up during this episode, we will sidebar briefly to go into that, which will be fun and funny. And I believe we let off with you guys had got a notification giving you a time for when the race was going to start. That's how Thodubs ended his recap, right?
That is correct. Yep.
Excellent. So let's say that you guys have, I can't remember how much time I gave you, but we'll say between 4 and 10 hours. depending on if you guys have a bunch of stuff you want to take care of or things you want to do. You had done a little bit of scouting for the race. You have a little bit of time here because one of the things that one of the questions you hadn't answered was what everyone's going to be doing, because not all of you are going to be in the shuttle. Well, I mean, that's not technically true. All of you could be in the shuttle with some very minor modifications, but it's really designed as a two-seater. I also want to point out some details, like you were given some racetrack details. So like the race starts at the high port, and then it goes through the commercial traffic lanes for freighters coming in and out of the high port. And in this area, the basic race rules are don't do anything that's going to alert the authorities in the opening leg of the race. So while you are expected to drive fast and weave between traffic, don't shoot, don't dip in and out of lanes you're not supposed to, don't cause things that are going to alert the authorities during this first leg. And from there you go on to a dark energy nebula known as the Kraken. It's a scientific anomaly, and there are warning beacons all around it that basically tell traffic to stay away. And you have a choice to either go around, which takes quite a bit of additional extra time, or to weave through the nebula. From there you go on to the battlefield that was mentioned in the report, and it's the farthest point away. And to get to the battlefield is going to probably take you guys between 14 if you go through the Kraken to 18 hours if you go around the Kraken to get just to that far point of the race. And then you've got to come back. Okay? Now, coming back, you take a slightly different course. You're going to come from the battlefield, and you're going to go around the local moon. That is, it's in the perpendicular orbit to the high port. And then you're going to go through the container yard that we spoke of, and then you're going to have a long straight line run back to the high port, or wherever you want to go, because once you pass the end of the container yard, you've passed the quote-unquote finish line. However, it is likely you will have pursuit, and you have to actually make it back to the high port to claim your prize. Any questions?
The ship's only got 6 hours of fuel.
Yes. Oh, that's a very good question. There are fuel depots that are laced throughout the track. There are waypoints you can stop at back and forth between these places to refuel. They are open to everyone. They are first come, first serve. They're considered neutral territory, so you're not supposed to have any kind of conflict there. The other idea you could have is you can supplement your fuel other ways. Like if you have a cargo ship, like you'll notice that some of the other racers are like troop transports and cargo ships, and they may not be quite as fast as your shuttle, but they're going to be able to skip stopping for gas. So this is a lot more of a endurance and piloting skill race than it is just one or the other. Glad you brought that up. I had been meaning to bring up the fuel stops like for 2 episodes now.
Do we know how fast a fuel thing can happen? I mean, I know that, but
it depends on the ship. Depends on the fuel. It depends on how many things are fueling. It depends on how much fuel you're taking on. Like, there are a lot of factors between this, but you would know a couple things. If one tank is servicing 5 starships, it's going to run at 20% of its speed to refuel. So if you refuel where everyone else is already refueling, you're slowing yourself down. Also, it doesn't, it's per ton of fuel that you take on board. So you have, looking for your fuel tanks, you have 30 tons of fuel on board your ship. If you think you can get away with 15 tons on a refuel, especially for that last leg, do you risk running out of fuel right there at the end to have a shorter fuel stop? All right, so other things you should know about the race. This race is a recorded and retransmitted thing. So in order for them to do that, each one of your ships will have a small drone assigned to pace it. This drone may or may not be able to keep up, especially when you start enabling things like high thrust. And it's not against the rules for you to lose it. But you will appease the sponsors of the race a lot more to make sure that those drones can catch you doing lots of like really fancy maneuvers and flying in between things. They're also there to keep people from cheating by cutting across the course. So there are several that are on patrol along the course route, and there's one assigned to each ship to follow. It is also not against the rules for you to skip a fuel depot and tank your ship off your own shuttle or starship. Now, Perfect Stranger's in dry dock, so that's not really an option, but you do have a launch and extra crew members. So if you really, really, really wanted to, you could ask one of your crew members to put a fuel bowser in the tank of the launch and carry 13 tons of fuel out to a spot so that you wouldn't have to share refueling with other racers. There's risk with that too, because obviously the launch could get exploded. There's also each of these sites that could have various different things going on. Also, the times I gave you for transit are based on your vehicle. Some vehicles will have higher or lower thrust ratios that will make the transit times for them less or more. For example, your M drive is thrust 3. A Starfighter's M drive is thrust 6. But it's a single-seater. Like, its problem won't be speed. Its problem will be the pilot sitting in the chair and having all the necessary amenities to get from point A to point B.
Is there a bathroom on here?
I don't see one, but I'm sure that you have some sort of refresher capability. Oh, it's probably this right here. On the other side of the airlock. So I'm going to say yes. Okay. So you guys have just received all these details about the race. You got your start points, you got your waypoints, you got your end points. You've got a frequency for the camera drone and a number of other, details of the race. And you've got between 4 and 10 hours. Let me just go ahead and roll. You've got 9 hours until the race.
Race starts from the high port.
Race starts from the high port. You'll be expected to be at the starting line at the moment that the firing gun, as it were, goes off.
You may have mentioned it already and I missed it, but what is the length of the race? Like, how much time is involved in the race? I mean, it's not one of those like super long distance races. It's a short race, get there, that kind of thing.
It is a super long. Well,
I think we talked about distance between.
Yeah, this is where it gets tricky, and we did talk about this last time. Everything is relative. Okay, you've asked a very perception-based question. What do you consider to be long or not? Because this thing is potentially a 40-hour race. Like, at the slowest speed you can go, not slowest, but at the lower end speed you can go, while actually racing, it's a 40-hour race. That's a long time. Now, at the speeds most of you are going to be flying it's going to be somewhat shorter than that. It's going to be, probably more like 30 and change.
I know Kizik was talking about bathroom and stuff like that, but I'm like, I don't know, do we need to plan for like any type of a medical kit or food or water or
yes, you need to think of
this and things like that.
Yeah, so you're going to get me some drugs so that I can stay awake as long as possible.
Get you some no doses.
I was thinking cocaine, but yes.
Oh, well, you get jittery. I don't want you getting jittery.
Might have some cocaine.
Page 80 of the core rulebook covers fatigue.
There you go. Then you can actually figure out how to actually mess yourself up even further to ignore fatigue maybe, or blast through it.
Frank, you're looking out for that secret tunnel.
Yeah, I'm gonna be looking for an escape route, boys. I'm gonna try to find, some way to get the heat off of us.
You want to take Ray in the launch?
Yeah, if Ray doesn't mind putzing me around in the launch, that'd be great.
If you guys pull in Ray, I'm sure he'd be happy to help you, but you have to ask him.
Captain, you're on that. Back up, Captain. You on that?
Yeah, I heard Captain, and I completely just blew past it in my head. So, yeah. So, what did you need for me to do?
Ask Ray if he'll shuttle around Frank so he can help us find an escape route.
Oh yeah, they were gonna look for some type of escape out. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, but we need Ray to drive him around in the shuttle while I prep the Mako for the race.
Or are they shuttling in the shuttle or in the launch?
Yes, the same thing.
Well, I mean, we've got a racing shuttle, and then we've got the launch. So
Yeah, we have the Mako, and we've got a shuttle/launch.
okay, gotcha. So I would make a phone call over. I would make a call out to Ray. I don't think he has the cool little brain hookups that we have. So I'll make a reach out back to him.
He thinks you're batshit crazy. Go for Ray.
Doesn't he? Okay, so
What can
we
I do for you,
made
Aiden?
So hey Ray, we are actually in need of you piloting the launch to actually go with Frank. We're going to need Frank's got some things that he needs to look at as far as planning an escape route for us on this shuttle trip that we're going to be doing, and I need you to help him out as far as shuttling him around to see if we can get a plan going.
Okay. I don't know what plan you guys are working on, but I'd be happy to drive the shuttle for you guys.
We'll have Frank actually fill you in. I understand you've been kind of out of the loop, but Frank will fill you in. But if your support would definitely be appreciated.
No problem. You guys actually took the launch with you, so I'll meet you at the launch pad. I'm assuming you guys are gonna bring that back.
Absolutely. We'll definitely need to do that to be able to get you to have it, to be able to use it, won't we? So yes.
Also, the whole point of this is try to catch the guy, Josh. So we should probably loop in the Valentines so that they could try to set up a trap as well. Like, it's not just about winning this race. I forgot about this. I'm pretty excited, though.
Oh, can I call Stacy then?
Did you say that online with... Oh, I was going to say, did you say it online with Ray, or are you calling Stacy now?
I was just looking back over my shoulder in the launch, and Frank can make that call.
Oh, man, that's great. Oh, cool. I'm going to whip my phone out and dial Stacy's number that is now programmed in my phone.
Frank is very excited about this, I can tell.
So Frank snagged that comm number.
I shared
did.
it with him.
Yeah, that's even better.
Yeah, that's what it was, because she specifically handed it to Luca.
Yeah, she went out of her way to give it to Luca, I seem to remember, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so goes off and she's like, Stacy, Valentine Brokerage.
Hey, Stacy, this is Frank Knowles. You remember me? I was with Luca and the Perfect Stranger.
Yes, I remember you, Mr. Knowles.
Hey, we've got some information. I think we shared a little bit with you about the race that's coming up, but we've got a lot of information now, and we want to make sure that you know everything so you can get your target.
Okay, I was under the
It's
impression...
happening.
Hi,
Right.
Luca. I was under the impression you were going to bring me the target. Do I need to make some extra arrangements?
It would be beneficial for everybody to have backup plan.
Okay. What kind
Plan
of
Z and all that.
what kind of backup are you in need of beyond the shuttle?
Well, we just, I guess, wanted to let you know that, like if we miss him, the route of the race and everything. Did we share all of that route with you last time?
You sent me a start and an end point.
Okay, well, it turns out they're going to also go to this dark energy nebula and the battlefield, and then come back. So, like, they're going to be pretty far away from the high port, and then when they come back, they're going to go around that local moon of theirs, and then go through that container yard. So yeah, that is going to be the end finish line, but now we know a bit more about the route.
Okay. What kind of support are you looking for? You mentioned the farthest points you want. We have a limited number of ships, but I have a shuttle at my disposal. I could have. It's not fast enough to catch any of the racer ships. You have the only fast ship I have access to, but I can put a slow boat out there if you needed some sort of support on the far end. What would you? I'm just confused, Mr. Knowles, as to what you need from me. I'm happy to help, though.
Oh boy, I need lots of stuff, but let's stick with this. A shuttle would be very nice in case we, run out and snag him and everything during the race. We'd need a place to deposit him afterwards, so or somebody to pick him up. So, having somebody out there could be beneficial.
That's easily arranged. I can put a transport team and an extraction team on the shuttle, and if you can snag him, you can hand him over mid-race. That will mean you, of course, lose the race. That may cause some issues as well with the organization that hosts the race, but I can deal with that if that comes up.
Well, I mean, isn't he the priority?
For me, he's a priority. Like I said, I can deal with the race authorities. You have to understand, it's an underworld organization that kills law enforcement and officials if they try to get in the way of the organization. They would have no issues retaliating against the brokerage if they thought we were interfering in their affairs.
I see. Okay. Thank you, Miss Stacey. It was nice talking to you.
Indeed.
Did I miss anything, fellas, before I hang up this phone?
I mean, we're going to try to catch this guy.
That was the plan all along, right? Am I missing something?
No. We just, this little tiny ship that has 0 weapons on it isn't the best for catching guys.
Well, my plan was to shoot his ass with the Gauss rifle. Like, I'm going to take his ship out, maybe, like, slow him down by puncturing an engine or something. But, we got to have a backup plan for all of that.
I would like to add, just because I know we were talking about that just recently, about there being the camera drone with us that's going to be broadcasting. So whatever we decide to do when it comes to like our shuttle where Luca and I are involved, we're going to make sure that we are actually looking as official as possible. So if there's any type of weirdness going on, we'll have to make sure that it's off camera.
Yeah, I mean, that drone can't go like 6 Gs and whip around. We can lose it pretty easily.
Okay, we just need to make sure that's all. That's I'm good with it. So, but I think it'd be a good idea if we somehow figure a way to disable his vehicle, and then of course have
Allie.
Have us still win the race, but at the same time have the rest of our crew actually pick him up and deposit him for Stacy.
I also want to point out that I did say this during the last episode. I don't know if it got glossed over or missed in the notes that Ghost took. That Gauss rifle is not an anti-vehicle weapon. You can pick off exposed components or someone on the outside of the ship, or you can hit a sensor node. You can do things to interrupt the ship. But you're not going to disable that ship with a Gauss rifle. It's a handheld weapon.
Do we need a different type of weapon? Do we need to find something that would be better off?
It depends on how you want to implement it, because though he had a very specific scenario that he listed last time.
I was going to shoot a splody barrel.
Yes.
While the ship goes by. But like, I guess that's one way to disable a ship, but like putting all the eggs in one basket is probably not the best.
Yeah.
So let me get my head wrapped around this this racetrack. If I'm in with Ray in one shuttle, can I cut across and like beat them to certain places and like set up different times?
Yes, so the rules have explicitly said that support ships, like, because you have a thrust 1 shuttle, so you could never catch up with them, like, once the racers leave. Sorry, it's a thrust 1 launch. Your shuttle's thrust 3. Once these racers take off, you're never catching these guys. However, the launches and support vessels, maybe, that are doing various different deeds, and these are things you may want to look into as you get closer to go time, is what are the other ones doing? They're allowed to cut through the course. Like, you can help them at the first leg and then go all the way to the last leg. You're allowed to cut right across, no problem whatsoever.
Okay.
And most of the things that they suggest you're going to be doing are either helping recover wrecks or refueling or repairing ships. So you're like the mechanic truck that goes with the race car.
I gotcha. Okay.
Another thing I'd like to mention, just in case, I don't know what you're planning, Frank, about your different options here on the vehicle, or trying to get a hold of, trying to stop Josh or capture him, but if we need to purchase a different type of weapon or something like that, if we can't either afford one or something, maybe Stacy could help us with it.
That's true. I mean, we are big damn heroes, but we're on a space station, so shit's limited, and things like that are kind of illegal, especially like weapons that would take down a vehicle.
Yeah, just, I figured cool kind of things, that we definitely would not be able to get our hands on based on the area that we're at right now, the station we're on. So.
Well, Stacy's not going to have anything you can't get a hold of on the station, because how do you think she's getting a hold of it? However, it's also worth noting that she said don't modify the shuttle. The weapons that you're talking about would need to be vehicle mounted for the most part.
Gotcha.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so what we do need to get is a fuel bowser, so we can put it in Ray's launch, right? We're using the launch. Or we have a shuttle that is...
Yes,
we have a launch.
You have a launch. It's right here. Its only modification is that it's got arrow fins.
I thought it had a personal weapon in the front.
Oh, it does have a personal weapon. I can't remember which one we went with, but it does have a personal weapon on a firm point in the front. That doesn't actually help you at all in this scenario, though. So, okay. But it is important to keep note of. But yeah, okay. Putting the fuel thing in is not a problem. If you want to dedicate the entire bay to fuel, you can have about 13 tons of fuel available.
Well, now the 13 tons, that's the equivalent for, what was it, one stop, or
not even? Not even.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. You hold 30 tons of fuel in your racing shuttle.
Gotcha. Okay, I missed that. Okay, nope, that's what I figured. It was just bring it up to quarter tank or something like that.
I'm gonna start letting you guys do more of that technical talk, though.
Yeah, we got 30 tons of total fuel.
So you got 30 tons. It's good for 6 hours. The fuel bowser can hold 13, which would only be good for, what is that, 4.5 or something like that? No, not even.
Yeah, it looks like it's, but it also gets an hour of burn. 6 hours plus an hour of burn, so that's 7 total hours.
Okay.
Did I read that right? GM.
If you're talking, we can't hear you.
I'm reading. Give me a second.
Oh, gotcha.
I mean, regardless, we're buying one so that we can help refuel you. I don't know if we will spend all of the room, because in that launch, Ray and I would need to have room to live. It would be a very uncomfortable ride for 2 people.
It's going to be a very uncomfortable ride for 2 people. Yes, that's true. So, item number 1, I'm going to interpret, yes, you have 7 hours, 1 at full burn, because it says plus. It doesn't say, if it didn't say plus, I'd say that your 1 hour is included in your 6. So we're going to say it is 7 hours of operation, assuming that you're at full burn for at least 1. If you don't go to full burn for the 1 hour, then I'll have to make a GM decision on how much extra fuel operation time that includes. But I'm betting in a race you're going to use your 1 hour of burn. I'm going to also assume that fuel for your burn is set aside specifically for it. Actually, that's an easier. Let's just say that now. So your 1 hour burn is exclusive to a burn. It's like touching off a solid fuel rocket.
Oh, that's amazing.
No stop. Only go 1 hour.
Okay. So what do you want to do with your launch, Space Ghost? Ray is now caught up and he's like, yeah, so putting the fuel bowser in, not a problem. I can probably get us one for just a handful of credits from the Station Operations Center. This is not an abnormal operation and the launch is built to hold it. I can probably get the thing installed myself in a couple hours, but it's going to take up the whole bay. So long-term accommodations, as far as us being in this launch, which we're in this launch, we're like easily 40 hours. Like if we were to run the course, it would take this launch 120 hours to make that circuit. If it were to follow the actual racetrack.
Yeah, I don't want to follow them at all, Ray. But I also don't want to stay in a launch for 20 hours either.
Come on.
With you.
Come on.
I mean, Frank, Jesus, Frank does not want to go back into a long-term on-ship situation when he doesn't have to. Let's do it. Okay. I'm going to get my exosuit.
Okay.
And some pretzels.
So Frank, so now that Ray's here, he's going to be like, all right, so we know that the other team members are playing dirty. And we know that the amount of fuel this launch can carry is kind of insignificant to our shuttle. Is doing the fuel Bowser option, even though it's the suggested thing for the launch to do, really the best use of what we're trying to do?
What you got in mind, Ray? I'm more of a
all right.
expediter.
So hear me out. This is a trade station that services a lot of deep space craft, meaning there's going to be places that are going to sell reconnaissance probes and mining probes for prospecting. What if we skirted to one of the legs of the journey and scattered out some reconnaissance and mining probes, with the reconnaissance probes either kamikazing or tracking individual ships we wanted, creating electronic interference, doing anything like that, like play dirty, because we know they're going to play dirty. And then if a mining drone happens to get in the way of one of these shuttles and is told to mine the cockpit, I mean, the racing shuttle doesn't have any weapons. Having some backup minefield options might be a good way to do things, and mining drones and reconnaissance probes are not illegal and easily obtainable without having to have a proper weapon system. They're not effective weapon systems, but they do work.
Ray, I don't think that way normally. I've never done any remote ops, but shit, if it's something you can do, hell yeah, I like that idea.
Oh, I'm not super famous for my remote ops usage. That is going to be a sticking point. I can do it in a pinch, but just because I know how to do the tactic doesn't mean I can actually do the maneuver.
Yeah, that is the problem.
But it's things like that. I just, my 2 cents listening to you guys talk is you're assuming everybody's playing by the rules in an outlaw race where we know there's a bounty in there that's been killing people to win.
Ray, why don't we just steal a faster ship?
How do you know he hasn't already done that? But yes.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, looking at the ships available, though, I think unless you're going to go down to a single seat fighter, you got fast covered.
Now, for our launch, me and you, I mean, with the fuel bowser and everything.
Oh, I mean, we could steal a faster ship. Depending on what you wanted to do with it, we could just also legitimately rent a faster ship. Committing an act of piracy on the station that currently has our main ship at dry dock does make me a little nervous.
Yeah, that's true. How much are these recon probes? And do you think they're affordable? They sound expensive.
It depends on which models you go to. We would only need them to be able to seek very specific things and go to them. Just give me a second, and I can ask around while you guys, suss out your plan a little bit more, and I'll get back to you.
Ray brings up a great point. This is an illegal outlaw race. They're going to be doing shit to you guys. We need to start thinking like bad people.
Luke is real focused. He's trying to plot out like when he can hit that burn, because he knows he can't do that in any he needs a nice straightaway, and he's looking over a big old star chart, like sitting down and actively trying to go through the things. And he kind of looks up and he goes, I'm just trying to keep us alive out there. Fake Captain, what do you think? I think if we had like a fishing... No, that's a terrible idea. We can't alter this thing.
Well, there's a difference. We can't alter it or anything like that, but I mean, we could bring stuff with us. I get the idea that we want to make sure this thing is returnable and it's not something we can damage and do any huge modifications to, but I'm sure we could do some small things that might assist us.
Yeah, I got an idea. Why don't you make like a smoke screen, right? We take an electromagnet, a battery, a little switch, and then a big thing of flour or some other white powder, and then some sort of charge or detonator. And all things of those combined, we make a little magnetized thing that you can detach from the ship. It'll float out away from you, and then the charge will go off and scatter white dust everywhere. So get away. Like an old ninja.
I mean, for the scale of a giant planet, that would have to be relatively big. I mean, not planet, but ship. It's kind of like a sandcaster.
Oh, yeah.
We just take a sandcaster shell and put it in the airlock.
Now we're thinking. We're thinking like outlaws. You got anything illegal poking around in your brain there, Aiden?
I am actually just digging through our supply catalog to see if there's anything that might satisfy some thoughts.
So the probes are about 160,000 a piece. If you want an advanced mining if you want the top of the line, will latch onto the ship, is reusable, and will just F shit up. They are actually, there's like 200 a piece, so it's 5 for $1 million. And advanced probes are 5 for 800,000. But the basic bitch ones, that can do everything you want, are 100 grand a piece. And then there are even cheaper versions that are like meant to be disposable rockets that are 20,000 a piece, but they don't have a lot of features. They're little more than like missiles without a warhead that just have a sensor package in them. But for what you're trying to use them for, the basic bitch one, the like 20,000 a piece ones, are probably the best option.
All right.
What
Y'all
tech
got money?
level are these shuttles actually?
So what?
But what tech level are these shuttles?
You can't keep asking questions that are like that generic because all the shuttles are bespoke different things.
Okay. So here's the thought: is I was actually looking at seeing if there's some way that we could rig some type of an EMP launch, where it's actually kind of like I don't know, I hate to say it this way, but kind of like a potato gun that shoots out an EMP grenade that could actually help slow down ships or just temporarily disable them. But again, it goes off the idea of how each ship or technology is actually shielded, that actually affects how well or immune the piece of technology is to an EMP grenade.
If you're talking,
would be the risk.
I mean, if you're talking about handheld EMPs, almost all starships are going to be completely immune unless you're inside to an EMP. They're because you think about it, you know, stars and stuff throw off EM radiation like crazy. And that's at a star, at a stellar level, and the ships are hardened against that. An EMP grenade launched at the outside of a ship hull isn't going to do too much. Now, you take that same grenade, you drop it in the cockpit of the ship. Now you're inside the shielding, and significantly different effects.
Gotcha. So, like I said, just thinking out of the box here. So,
I like the thought. Well, do you guys have enough money for one of these probe things Ray was talking about? Because I've got 0.
I mean, we can get 5 of those 2,000, 20,000 credit ones. Can your ship hold that much?
5 of them is 1 ton. So, yeah.
I mean, we could get some more. Do you think we need more than 5?
Yeah. I think 5 will be fine.
For the same price, though, it'll be harder to deploy them. You can also deploy repair drones. Repair drones could help repair the shuttle that the Allies have, or they could be programmed to take apart the enemy shuttles.
I like that idea, too. How much are those?
Same price.
Oh, man.
But they don't have... So, like, the probe drones can be launched almost like a missile, and while they'll never catch up to one of these ships, they can be used to, like, intercept them if you fire it head on. The repair drone, you're going to have to be, like, alongside them. With that said...
We drop it at a refueling station.
You can drop it at a refueling station. You don't have any cargo capacity on the racing ship. That's the only downside that your ship has, is it is a custom-built racer. Anyway, you guys have done a lot of planning. Things are, going down. You have 6 hours remaining in your time until the launch of the race.
Yep. When we're refueling way out in the thing, could you tack weld one of those repair drones onto the bottom of the racer?
Of your racer?
Yeah, because then I could go side to side with something and have it just walk on across and start disassembling.
I think maybe it could stick itself to you.
Probably could. It'll affect the flight characteristics of the ship because you are then going to be over tonnage. But yeah, you can do it. Where is my...
All right, so what's the count? We got 5 recon probes.
Those you're gonna make like EMP web somewhere.
What?
No, we're not. We're gonna shoot them like fucking missiles at people, and hopefully we take people out.
Got it. And then we're gonna get 1 repair drone. That one's another 20,000.
You could probably... These are... I'm gonna GM friendly throw you things. Stop buying them and ask the Valentine brokerage for these things.
Yeah, make a shopping list, guys, and then just talk to Stacey.
No. Don't go that all the way that direction. But these things you should ask Stacey for. Don't just say I want an Imperial Star Destroyer. But these little things you should totally be asking for. These are disposable assets.
No Star Destroyer? What the? Come on.
I call Stacy back.
Oh, I'm gonna call her first.
All right, you go ahead.
Well, make sure we have everything first before we go giving a call. You don't want to have like 20 calls, unless Frank will actually call her 20 times. But
I mean, both of us love talking to Stacy.
That would sound really desperate of me, and I don't think I would call her. Can you put her on speakerphone, please?
Yeah. Click. Your ear is beeping. So we're getting, what do we want? 5 little missiles that you're shooting. 1 repair drone that you were gonna install midway. Is there any other things?
I mean, try for more than 1 repair probe if we can. And a prospecting probe would be awesome. Just ask her what she's got in the probe department.
You wanted a prospecting probe? Those
It
are the
could-
real fancy ones.
It could mine like a cockpit or something. They might have one up here. You never know what the Valentine Agency could come across and trade.
All right. I'm patching your in on the internal comms. Aiden, you want in? Captain Aiden.
yes, please.
All right. Stacy. Boop boop boop.
This is Stacy, Valentine Brokerage.
Hey, it's Luca. We're trying to get things done. We got like 5 hours left. How quickly can you get us some probes and drones? We're looking
Okay.
not illegal, right? So we're just a couple of a prospecting drone, a couple of repair drones, and some like real cheap like missile drones.
Missile drones.
Recon.
It's a
Recon
recon drone. Yes.
Oh. I'm assuming from what you said you plan on using them like missiles.
You may not get them back, Stacy.
Yeah, well, you don't usually get those kind of drones back anyway. I just wanted to warn you that they're not missiles and like they're not going to do missile damage, but it's a good idea. How many do you want? I mean, the advanced drones that you're asking for the prospecting drones are going to be harder to come by. Those are pretty rare, and when they are in stock, they tend to get sold, so I'll have to buy off the black market to get the advanced drones. But regular recon probes and repair drones, I can get you pretty much as many as you can carry.
We have 13 tons of space.
Okay. You're just going to be back there in a vac suit, shoving them out the door?
Do you have another suggestion?
Yeah, if you carry a lot less than 13 tons, you might be able to have a launching system. You might be able to have like basically a slingshot catapult system that you can use from the cockpit, so you don't have to be back in the open bay door exposed to space.
Like a potato gun.
Like
Sound
a
like
potato gun.
potato gun.
You
Yeah.
know? It's a great idea. I'm sure somebody would have almost certainly thought of it up until this point.
I know, for real.
That's a great idea, Captain.
I thought you could go the other way. Be like, it's a great idea, Stacey. I can't believe nobody here thought of it. That's what I thought you were going to say.
That's so terrible, man.
All right, so yeah, and maybe, maybe I could take a crash course and figure out how to use the damn thing in the next 5 hours.
I don't know if I can help you with that particular part. Actually, nope, she doesn't know that. Yeah, she's gonna be like, I don't know if I can help you with that particular part, but if, like, let's say you had 5 of each, repair and, recon probe, you could easily just do tubes, set them all up, and have a jerry-rigged system. The advanced probe is going to be a little bit harder. It's also a lot bigger. But I can sort it out for you if you really need it.
I mean, do a little bit of asking around, and if it's not a thing that can happen real quick, it's not a thing that can happen. Those tubes are real cool. Also, do you know anything about data wafers that could actually really quickly help somebody learn how to do something real fast?
You mean like through a wafer jack?
Yeah.
Like through a data jack. Yes, such things exist. They can only modify your education skills. So it can't make you better. No. It can't make you lift more, but they might be able to help you with remote ops if you were looking for it. They're incredibly rare and expensive.
We're putting a lot on your plate. We might ask around to see if we can find one. Because you're already putting yourself out a lot. We hope we're going to catch this guy for you, though.
Yes, you're making this a very expensive acquisition, but if we catch him, it'll be worth it.
Yeah, he's gone across multiple systems now. Yeah. We're going to stop him.
Okay. Let me call you back when I have access to... Is 5 and 5 your final number, or do you want more?
5, 5, and 1. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Daisy.
Daisy?
Daisy. No, Stacy, I know who you are.
Yep, you've done it now.
Holy shit, dude. What the hell
You just lost points now, man. That's, oh, gosh.
I gotta step away for 1 second.
I gotta ask, do you ever, call your wife the wrong name?
I call her wife.
I just wonder.
Her name is Yes, Ma'am.
It probably is to him.
No, I don't say ma'am. That's not polite enough.
Oh man,
I was actually just looking through the catalog here, and they've got a laser drill.
they do.
They say it cuts through any known material eventually. I'm like, okay, crap. I was like, yeah, we're in a mining area. I'm like, finding mining laser drill. Maybe shoot a laser drill at some of these things, but I don't know how effective that would be.
Well, that is what the mining drone is going to be using, is that device on a drone, and it does mean eventually, however, if it's latched onto your hull and starts cutting through, you're probably going to want to deal with that. So even if it doesn't make it all the way through the hull, it's going to make that person stop.
It's going to cause some damage of some kind, yeah.
Or they're going to veer into something and try to scrape it off, which is a pretty ballsy maneuver. Most of these pilots wouldn't do that, but one or two
only
might.
Only Luca would try to do that. I mean, and expertly pull it off, I might say.
Barrel roll until it is centrifugal forces off.
Okay.
All right. I do like the probe idea, and I'm gonna try
It takes
to find a install chip. Is that what you said?
So you can get data wafer jacks. They are incredibly rare, especially out where you're at, because think of where you got the implant from.
Yeah.
And think of the commonality of it, which is not very common at all. I'm not saying you can't find it, but you have to understand that in the short period of time you have now, it's going to be very difficult to find this kind of tool. This is the kind of thing you're going to want to keep your eye open for and plan ahead of time to have in your pocket later on. They are also prohibitively expensive, so there's that to keep in mind as well. But you know somebody who might be able to acquire them. You may have recently made that contact, but they're going to want special things for them. So that's also worth keeping in mind.
And 4.
All right. There are 3 hours remaining until the start of the race. You guys have had a delivery of 5 and 5 and 1 to the bay that you're keeping the launch in, and a couple of Valentine Agency technicians even went ahead and installed they literally just look like PVC launchers with the probe stuffed in them, and then a small pneumatic thing on the back with the wires that go up to the cockpit. And there's now a like a very roughly welded together panel with like arm and launch switches for each of them.
So cool.
I'm gonna get acquainted with it. Gotta learn how to use these things.
Okay.
Ray said he had remote ops, but he can't fly and remote ops at the same time.
Ray said Ray did not say he had remote ops. Ray has the same level of remote ops that everyone else has, in that he has a computer skill, and therefore he has a 0 in remote ops.
Tracking.
Ray specifically said, I came up with the plan, I can't implement it.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood what he was saying. I thought he said in a pinch he could do it.
Yeah, in a pinch, any of you can do it.
Right.
Hey, Luca, do we have everything on our end for the stuff that we're going to need in the shuttle? I know I mentioned earlier, like, toolbox, first aid stuff. Is there anything that we need else?
If you find some stems, you got the map, when we can, when our fuel is looking good and when our fuel is looking bad.
I think
you do realize you have a 0 in remote ops, right? Because you don't have it marked on your sheet, but because you have a 0 in electronics, all of those subcarrots have a 0 in them.
I understand.
Okay.
I think Frank already hooked us up with some drugs, right? So,
Well, I looked through them, and I've got some stems. I got 6 of these bad boys. The other thing is adrenalizer. That might be a handy thing to use. Oop. These recreational drugs are going in my pocket.
I will take those later. Once we win this thing, right?
I don't know if you want all of them, and you might end up becoming addicted. You should really. I'm not a pharmacist.
It's also
not,
it's also worth flipping open the rule book and reading the stem entry. It's on page 115.
Oh yeah, I know it's a bad idea, but I gotta stay awake for the race.
Or you take a nap during the long burn.
there was another drug on the table here that was a slow drug or something. I'm looking around for it. I can't see it anymore.
Man, I hope Aiden sticks himself with that.
No, that'll kill you. You don't want to use that.
Okay, I didn't even get a chance to read it. I'm like, okay,
Oh.
I'm like, what the heck does that thing even do?
That's
so
the one that Kizik called the suicide drug.
Was it? There it is.
That's mine. Don't take that one.
No, I will not be taking it. I just want to see what it is.
it's in here. So there you go.
I had one too.
Oh.
I feel like
Just
Ghost
in
is
ship's lockers.
setting himself up to be the medic. He should be studying up on that.
A medic, a drug dealer.
He's a pharmacist at a minimum.
I am the holder of the drugs. I'm the bad guy.
As you're handing me drugs, I'm gonna say, hey, do you want to take these ones?
Yeah, right now? No.
We're trading back and forth.
Okay, I'll hold on to these. I'll put them in my bag. If I could, I would suggest the adrenalizer at least, but I would suggest literally 1 dose for, right? I would do it at the middle of the race, maybe.
Yeah, that sounds good. Hey, wait. Give me one of those two.
All right, look.
Backups.
Okay. Be careful with that.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm asleep, I'm as dead anyway.
Got this mental image of Frank pulling out this like fishing tackle box. Like, do you want uppers, lowers, downers, speedies? I mean, what do you want?
So
It's got, like,
Aiden does realize that he's the other guy in the cockpit, right?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I was asking about the drugs, our prep stuff for when we're on the ship. I know Luca had mentioned a desire to use medication to help enhance his abilities.
Okay. I'm just waiting.
So I'm also. I don't know if you have any more of those. Basically, the stims and adrenalizers for myself as well. So.
Oh, the captain slowly walks over and just kind of holds his hand out.
Kind of look around like, if nobody's looking, I'll take a couple of those.
Be really, really careful here, Captain. It's not your cup of coffee, okay? These are hardcore injectable drugs. They're for like military research purposes and shit.
You mean I gotta inject these? Man, that's. Wait a second here.
Yeah, these are hardcore. All right, you gotta find a vein. Go ahead and get yourself a rubber tube. There's a whole thing, okay?
Oh dear, man.
Basic stims have more than one type that you can take. So they have pills and shots, and you guys can freely decide which ones you've got there.
These are the huge suppositories, Captain.
Yeah. The adrenalizer is a 3-needle injector. And it has instructions on it that basically say must be applied to the carotid artery.
Oof.
Ouch. Yeah, so
Right.
I think that adrenalizer thing, if we're going to do anything with that, it's definitely be towards the end of the race, because that crash afterwards.
Yep, that's a good idea. And the stems are apparently a pill now, so that makes it a little bit easier.
They can be taken as oral or injection. Well, they can be taken any way you want, because the stims is a broad category. It's like the recreational drugs, where like these have so many variants at so many different tech levels that have such widely ranging thing that if you read the description, it's like they vaguely work like this, but every planet's different. And remember, you picked these up out of an ancient medbay.
Right. It might not even work.
They
They're not gonna
are
be expired,
probably
are they?
a little past their shelf life, considering, But
They're
they
ancient.
were being used on people, so there's that too.
Frank's like, I don't know if they're going to work. And Luca goes, can I have another one then, just in case?
Yeah, and maybe this combat drug.
Oh, shit. I just wanted another stem in case that one didn't work.
That doesn't mean you're not going to take like 2 or 3 of those stems, right? You're just going to use one and...
I mean, again, if I fall asleep, go in thrust 12, and we have to turn, that's not an option.
Fair enough.
Oh, we got an hour left.
Just 1 hour left?
Technically, I haven't rolled for it yet. Yeah, you're down to the wire. Technically, you've less than an hour left.
All right, I'm going to start like pre-race settings on the Mako. We've got everything good. I guess we got to kind of try to identify which one is Josh's ship.
Yeah.
See, that's what I thought you were going to spend your fortitude tonight. If I'm being completely honest, I didn't expect half the things you did. Nothing wrong with what you did. I expected you to go be like, all right, we know everybody's prepping for the race. Let's go look for other shuttles and see if you could find them before the race started.
That would have been a great idea.
If only one of us had it.
Hey man,
Now with,
we're
45
we're doing
minutes.
it on live. You're gonna figure it out in race.
Fuck it, we're doing it live. Speaking of which, everything's broadcast on these like drones, right?
Mhm.
Can I find the frequency for that pirate channel so I can watch it?
Okay, so not all of it will be live. Parts of it will be encrypted. You can try to hack in. Obviously, they charge people to have access to this, and most of them are just recording. It's only certain points, like the static points, that are broadcast live. Because if they had the drones that are following the ships transmitting, it make it really easy for the cops to find them. Even if you can't decrypt it, it's sending a signal saying, "Here I am," and it's following the racer. So
they'll be at the start point at least.
They'll be at the start point in each of the waypoints, and they'll probably have the ones patrolling back and forth that are snapping pictures that will occasionally send broadcasts when it detects it sees the guys. So like between your waypoints is where most of your straight line multi-hour burns are going to be, and they're going to have like times when they're going to pass close with these drones and have a sweet like flyby of 3 or 4 racers burning towards the next waypoint, and those are obviously going to be broadcast. But it's not going to be a continuous thing.
Okay.
But yes, you can get in on that net if you want to try to hack into it and you have the appropriate computer skills and tools.
I have my phone. Wink, wink.
Nudge, nudge. Yes.
Nudge, nudge. And I rolled a 9.
What TL did we give you for the phone?
I think it's 12. Let me double check.
It's got a +1 intrusion kit or a +2 intrusion kit.
I am bringing up the PDF right now.
Okie dokie. I think... See, I thought it was a TL13 with a +2 intrusion kit, but I could be wrong.
You might be right.
It's the same one all the other GIA people have, so Kizik might know too.
Mine, I got a laptop that has +2.
No, not the laptop.
The regular one is just +1.
And what TL is it?
12.
Okay. Okay, so
it has intrusion 1.
Okay, so you're just barely going to be able with that roll to get into the network. You have the most basic level of read-only access, but you're going to be able to look through the cameras. Think the heist kind of stuff where you have like, I'm going to go left, you're going to go right, and you slowly click through the CCTVs.
Mm-hmm.
You have that.
Sweet. And there's like no broadcast voice or narrative anything?
There will be, but you're not going to have access to that. With the level that you got, you're tapping in on a very basic incoming transmission, and you have to manually shift through it to find stuff.
Better than nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you needed a 10 to pass. You got a 10. Oh. All right. This seems like a good opportune moment for me to hit the head before we start the big race. And it also gives you guys a quick second to say last minute, oh my god, I forgot to blah. I'll be back in like 1 minute, 2 minutes.
I'm going to step away real quick too.
Oh my god. Stay connected across the cosmos with ChronoNet Communication Services. Our innovative quantum communication arrays ensure real-time data transmission between any 2 points in the galaxy. Whether it's for coordinating trade routes, maintaining contact with loved ones, or conducting critical scientific research, ChronoNet keeps you in the loop. Experience seamless, instantaneous communication with ChronoNet, bridging the stars, one message at a time. Of course, that could never work in the Traveler universe.
Sounding very, very cool sounding.
We can do a luxury cruise line. That's even better.
Yeah.
Escape the mundane and embark on an unforgettable journey with Stellar Vista Luxury Cruises. Traverse the galaxy in style aboard our fully equipped, opulent starliners. Enjoy gourmet dining, zero-gravity spas, and breathtaking vistas from the observation decks. Visit exotic worlds and experience the finest in interstellar travel. Book your Stellar Vista luxury cruise today because you deserve the stars.
From the makers of The Love Boat.
Yeah, right. This is a 3-hour tour. Oh, that would be a whole campaign.
3-hour tour.
Go Minnow.
I just got back and heard that. What would be a whole campaign? We're gonna Gilligan's Island this shit.
Yeah, like go out on a luxury cruise for a 3-hour tour and get like completely stranded somewhere and have to like build a ship to get back off the planet. It'd be wild.
I listened to a podcast where they basically did that.
It's pretty neat.
It was pretty good. It was a pretty good traveler campaign. It wasn't the best I ever heard, but they did the whole campaign in like 9 episodes. So I thought that was the most impressive part of that campaign, was how condensed they made a lot of really good storytelling. Because I tend to, as you are aware, have like dozens of episodes to get through one story arc.
Right. But pacing is a thing. And it's not necessarily a bad thing to go for a long time either.
Also, didn't Frank just do Gilligan's Island on an ancient world?
I don't want to talk about that. That was just me and a bunch of Vargar. You don't want to know which one was which. And which one was the professor.
The ginger.
Right, Ginger, yeah.
That's the one that there were only pieces of in the room. So, who is where? It's Ray and Frank in the launch, and you guys are leaving early, or are you guys waiting for the race to start?
We are leaving early to get to the starting line. I kind of want to park next to where things are going to start and kick off, and then get a good look at the competition.
Excellent. Okay, so let's see. This is your Mako. This is your ship launch, which is much smaller than that. Probably about right. Okay. So, up above the high port, in one of the parking lot areas, basically, for shuttles, a group of live shuttles and sensor drones are assembling at the coordinates for the start of the race. And, we're down to the last 30 minutes before the race, and you guys get to make a circle and have a look at the ships, the transponders. All these ships are heavily modified. Not one of them is a stock version of whatever they started life as.
Which one looks the most kludged together?
The attractive necessity used to be 2 pods, like your ship launch, that would have been cut in half and have some sort of unknown amalgamation between them. The launch pod that's been cut in half, because you can see the inside of it, has basically been filled with thrusters and fuel. And it's a cobble of hoses and various other means and methods. They all look kludged together from some capacity or another. The Quantum Falcon started life as a heavy fighter, you think? It's definitely of Galactic Alliance origin from some of the parts that are on it, but it's got so much patchwork on it, it's hard to tell if it was ever just one ship or if it's 15 different ships that were put together. And it's got huge external thrusters in various spots that are not symmetrical. It might have one in the front right and then one in the back left for its side-to-side movement that spins it. The Starfire Phoenix, it used to be a troop transport, but the seating bay has been removed in favor of these 2 little bulging nacelles on the side that are once again just engine. Much more symmetrical and better put together, but still kludged together. Void Striker used to be a 100-ton shuttle. It has a glorious paint job, and it definitely seems to have had some modifications, but it's probably the closest to stock of the shuttle-size ships, in that it's only had minor alterations to its hull. The Nebula Racer is a modified pinnace that has grown 3 extra sets of wings, and at the ends of these wings are maneuvering thrusters that look like it gives it a much greater version of maneuverability of what it would normally had. The Mars Comet is a custom-built racing craft of unknown origin. You can pick out bits and pieces of parts of other shuttles, but you're not like it's not kludged together. It's very well put together. But it is definitely built from pieces of various different other ships for the purpose of racing. And then you've got two of the newer versions of light fighters that are common today. One of them is painted a rather royal purple with gold inlays through the sides of it. And the other newer light fighter have different sponsorships slabbing on the side, even though this is an outlaw racing ring. The Fonz casino stations are sponsoring the purple ship, and the green ship is sponsored by what was that alcohol company you sent me earlier? Well, you didn't give it a name. So there's a
it's the I was calling it after the one from MechWarrior, the Timbiki, but we'd have to change it a little bit.
Oh, Timbiki Dark is actually it's a malt liquor, but we'll go into that because it's actually in the encyclopedia for MechWarrior what the different liquors are. If you have BattleTech, it'll tell you what each one is. So do you have BattleTech? You know, we'll go into that later because I'll get way off course on this. But the level of encyclopedia nerdism that they went into between BattleTech and the new MechWarrior game is just insane, and it's such a good read. There is a much older shuttle. So if these new ones are like F-22s, this old one is like an old school like F-14.
Big.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like it's not a different manufacturing type. Like it's the same model but older. So it's a interceptor from 3 generations before.
Okay.
But it's been modified as well. Instead of weapon pylons, it has extra fuel, and really it's just extra fuel. Okay. So these guys are all gathered up here at the state, and the only ship that you know of this racing is yet to show up 30 minutes till is Mako you guys have.
All right. Well, I want to get in a good watching spot. So I'm like, Ray, just park over here so we can watch everything. I really wish I could have gambled on this. I'd love to know like who has the best odds right now.
I know we went through the ships, but we don't. Do we know who the pilots are? Each one of the pilots, or is that still?
Yet. We
Not
don't
yet?
know.
Okay. Definitely.
So when you want information like that, Dubs, because it'll help you in your role-playing experience to not ask meta questions like that. Because I understand you want this information. You need to think about, I'm Aiden sitting in this cockpit. What question can I ask that Aiden can perceive that can give me this information? Because what Ghost said, he said, I'm looking at these ships. What do they look like? Which one looks the most kludged together? He's physically saying, I'm looking at them for this detail. Try to do stuff like that. It helps me as the GM give you better answers. Because, you know, that question you just asked, I just say, okay, well, you don't know that. Try to work it from that perspective, and it helps you role play, which obviously is much more entertaining to listen to than to just question and answer. All right.
So we're in the ship. It's time to go.
Okay. So you're gonna go ahead and do your roll up to the starting line. Where do you want to put yourself in the starting line? This is how they're loosely assembled right now, and it doesn't look like there's any official organization. Just they have to be within the box somewhere.
I'd like to pull in pretty close next to the other Mako, just because it looks cool.
Okay. That one's one of the few that looks pretty stock. That one's a modified Mako, so it is different than yours. But the way that it looks different is it seems to have fuel bags hanging out the outside. So on top and underneath of the wings, there are these detachable cylinders that you recognize as those same kind of fuel bowsers as what you shoved into the ship launch.
Pretty smart thing. Is everybody like pretty stationary, or are they just kind of moving around trying to jockey?
There's very, very small thrust regressions, but it's just to maintain their position.
All right, I'm going to mirror that and just stay where I am.
Okay. So from the perspective of... We'll start with Kizik. From the perspective of Kizik, you feel that tension. The race is about to start. You guys are, perpendicular to the sun's light, so the way the light shines off the sides of these fighters just gives them almost a surreal gleam, and you get that feeling that you've gotten before just about every race. And you can tell me whether that's pre-race jitters or if you get a calming effect or however Luca handles it, but you're starting to settle into the zen of what's happening. Aiden's sitting next to you, and Aiden, you're going to have the same visual of seeing all these get together. But you're going to have the added benefit of watching what Luca goes through as he preps for races. This is never something you've ever done before. This is a new experience for you. The things you're going to be noticing are suddenly, the shuttle sounded fine on the way in, but now you're hearing every little creak of the hull, and you're smelling every little bit of lubricant, and you're hyper aware of, is something going to go wrong, and every sensation that's around you.
Hey, Luca, is all that normal? I'm hearing a lot of weird stuff, and what the heck is that smell? You didn't cut one, did you?
Luca is just gently touching each of the different nozzles and buttons in front of him as he's not pushing any of the buttons, but feeling them. His eyes are closed. He's in a complete Zen-like trance, and he holds his right hand out without looking over there, and he just kind of holds it there for a couple of seconds. And then he looks over and he sees that his brother's not in the cockpit with him. And he goes, how do you want to do this? Are you ready? And then he kind of puts his fingers out, and he wants to have a cool hand signal that shows that he's ready. And he gives you 2 fingers up, and he gives you a thumbs up. And then you're just kind of looking at him. So he puts his eyes back down, and he takes a nice deep breath. And he goes, it's time.
Aiden sees all this happening and kind of just, I just make sure my seatbelt is on and that it is fully secured correctly.
Okay. Frank, you and Ray are in the support shuttle, and you guys don't have great peripheral vision on the launch, but you got a little bit, and you've noticed there are other shuttles and stuff that are support craft that have lined up kind of like you are. Some are already angling out on points that are probably on the track, waiting to leave for the start. Technically you guys don't have to wait, but it does occur to you that if something goes wrong on launch, your mechanics truck being right here at the race start would probably be helpful. That's probably why they're all here. As you look out over these shuttles, a small drone with a red strobing light that is bright enough to be seen by all the participants works its way out to the front of the formation. And it starts blinking a very rhythmic beep, 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 and then it turns yellow, beep, 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 and then it clicks green, and it jets up and out of the way of the racers as all of these shuttles instantly go to maximum acceleration.
Six plus 2 plus 1's a 9.
All right. Luke is very familiar with the sensation of doing this maneuver and is prepared and ready for it. Aiden is not really used to mass acceleration of this variety and is pinned like a giant just slammed a hand into his chest back into the chair. Normally, internal dampening would keep the gravity plating would keep you from feeling inertia to a great degree, but at this level of thrust and burn in this kind of maneuver, you're still going to get pinned to your seat in hard maneuvers, and it's a somewhat new experience for Aiden. And everyone launches forward towards the first leg. All right, Frank, they all launch off.
Ray, head to the battlefield. We're gonna go straight there so we can do our business.
10-4. The battlefield's the farthest point out, so hopefully we can get there before they can. We're only thrust 1, so that's gonna take...
Well, hold on, Ray. I thought they had to go through the traffic lanes and then some Kraken Nebula thing.
I mean, they do, but the battlefield's still the farthest away, and we are thrust 1. They are thrust, 3 to 6.
Yeah, no, that totally makes sense. So if that's not feasible, maybe we should just hang out at the container yard at the finish line. No, we want to go to a fuel stop.
We can do it however you want to do it. What I want you to understand is that we can make it if you really, really, really need to. Like, if we really want to go to the battlefield, we can do it, but it will be a very, very close thing, and we won't get there ahead of them. We'll get there when they get there, which means that if we're going to refuel or do any of the other stuff we're going to do, they're going to be gone before we're done doing it. I was thinking maybe we'd head to the moon, or head one of the intercept points in between one of the other points, or maybe head to one of the refuel depots. But we can do whatever you want to do, boss.
Let's try to go to
it says boss alternative.
Let's try to go to a refuel depot. I was under I need as many times to get this done as I can, as many chances.
Okay, we're only going to get one shot. Would you like to go to between the battlefield and the moon, or the moon and the container yard?
Well, if we go to the moon and the container yard, we're just going to be chilling there for forever. So, yeah, let's just go there.
Okay, that's metagame. This is why I asked you guys so many questions about whether or not you want to do this tactics, because yes, this is effectively going to make it very difficult for Frank to participate.
Well, I couldn't have participated anyway because it's a 2-seater racer.
Yes, you could have. You could have absolutely been on the ship. You could have put another seat in and had a jump seat so you could do engineering stuff. Like, these were all things that I said when we were starting it out.
I'm just not... Frank's not an engineer. He has no business being in a race car.
Okay.
It was Taylor.
Okay. So you guys head out between the moon and the container yard. That's where you're going to go?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So let me do some quick rolls. You guys are on the Kizik and Aiden side. You are coming up on huge freight traffic. So you are coming up on the freighters that are moving. Think like container ships moving into a harbor. And you're on little like speedboats kind of deal. There are at least 4 of them in your direct path. And the other fighters kind of weave and zoom around in various different directions. They maneuver kind of like a swarm of fish going around a pylon and up here.
Yeah. I want a car that's like trying to box me, or not a car, but a ship that's trying to box me in, and then I want him to go to the left side of one of those big containers, and me to make this huge helix around it, and then end up in front of him.
Okay. When you say box in, are you implying that one of them is trying to knock you into the container ship?
Just not let me pass. Like, it's assume we're all just dipping and weaving around things, and there's always that one that just I can't ever get a over and under or left or right around him.
Okay. So we're gonna have that be the other Mako. So you pull out in front of the other Mako. You come around. The field is opening up considerably. There's all sorts of people shifting and weaving, and positions are changing back and forth, and there's lots of stuff to keep track of. Aiden, what are you on top of with this part?
Hey, I'm just watching what's going on, trying to keep my seatbelt on, looking to see what's going on. I'm trying to pay attention to the way the ship is handling to kind of hear if there's anything weird going on that I need to pay attention to. I want to make sure that we're staying on course, that I'm giving him the correct places to go as far as our waypoints are concerned.
All right, so you guys are going to be going through this cone of traffic for a hot second. Give me a piloting roll from Luca. Go ahead and take a boost from the assistance that Aiden's giving you.
I rolled a 5 and a 3. Aiden gave me a boost for a 6, so that's an 11 plus 3 is a 14.
Okay. 14 is pretty impressive. Anyone's going to be really hard pressed to beat that score. And it hasn't really happened. Okay, so that's going to put your Mako out in front as you guys come out on the other side of the container ships in the main shipping lane. Set these down kind of in formation somewhere. Ooh. Okay, so you guys hit your first burn leg. This is a straight line shot to your next waypoint after you've cleared an obstacle. You need to make a tactical decision here on whether or not you're going to use your burn, what your fuel burns, like basically how are you going to handle what is about to be 6 hours of just pushing the burn button.
It's go time now. This is wide open space. We don't have to worry about things.
I mean, it's wide open space. You don't have to worry about things as much as you did when you were in the actual, like, commercial shipping lane. But that doesn't mean an asteroid couldn't be in your way.
Excellent. I'm going to take a deep breath and go, all right, this isn't flying. This is now just keeping her straight. I'm gonna lay back as calm as I can get. Like, feeling this ship just rippling around me actually calms me. And I'm gonna say, Aiden, you keep her straight. You get this burn button. You make sure she don't overheat. You're a mechanic. You know all of these things. I'm gonna try to rest as much as I can. If anything weird happens, you wake me up immediately.
All right, as long as we keep going in that same direction, I'm good. I can hold things in place for you.
Okay, that's an excellent idea. And you are going to burn your whole hour worth of burn during this 6 hour leg?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And that boosts you up to what, thrust 12?
Thrust 12.
Okay, so you're a rocket ship right now. That is going to cut, so thrust 12 is going to cut your, it's like a 6 hour burn normally. That's going to cut you to 2 hours of burn. That's assuming that you keep your pedal to the floor the whole way to the other side. And don't, like, flip and brake before you get to the next waypoint.
Oh, that's fun. My eyes are closed and I'm relaxed.
Okay. Ghost, give me a perception check. Because you are watching the feeds.
It's an 8.
Okay. I'll give you something for an 8. So you notice that some of the support ships are meeting up with a group of commercial ships that are outside the commercial lane, including a couple of small scout ships. They're close enough for you to ping, and you do get a radio message that basically says, hey, if you're one of the support ships, for a small fee, we may be willing to help you get at a higher thrust rate to a location further along the course if you wanted to.
Hey Ray, check this out. We could pay a fee and maybe get ported out there, but I don't have access to any of the ship's funds, and I don't know if you do as, you know, the pilot or whatever, but if you want to, maybe we could get out in front of things, you know, be a support ship for everybody.
I mean, it's up to you, but that would allow us more than one attempt to do things. If we could get them to tow us out to either the Kraken or the battlefield, and then tow us across. Or even really at that point, we could probably, if they could get us out there fast enough, we might even be able to cross without their help. But if we could retain them and get them to help us across, we could do a lot more getting towed by one of those scout ships. I'm sure we could work something out. You know, it's not like we're going anywhere. Our ship's in dry dock. They could take it on faith. Just agree to pay them after the race.
Well, let me see how much it is before I, ask for forgiveness later.
Sure.
I'm going to send a message back that says we're interested in a tow. How much? How much to go to the Kraken Energy Nebula?
For simplification's sake, I'm just going to say it's 5K per tow. So if you want them to tow you to the Kraken, that's 5K. If you want to tow them to another waypoint, it's another 5K. But they'll do it at thrust 5, which will put you there ahead of most of the other people because you don't have to follow the course.
I'm going to agree, and then I'm going to ask them if they've got any odds on the racers.
They're going to be like, well, we don't have info on all the racers, but they're going to be like, so Galactic Comet and the other Mako ship are custom built, racing ships, and those do pretty good. But the whole Starfire Phoenix thing, that thing's just like it's a booster on a booster on a booster, and if it doesn't explode before it's the finish line, that thing can do like thrust 12. It's awesome. And then they just start rambling off like different rumors they've heard about different fighters. Roll Streetwise check. And we're just going to assume that you've asked them to tow you out to, what do you want, the battlefield?
Yes. Yeah, we're going to go out to the Kraken.
You're going to go out to the Kraken. Okay, so course information. The Kraken is a dark nebula. While they're hooking you up, where you guys are going to swap stories.
Yeah, I got a 7 on my Streetwise.
Okay. Not a combat roll, so you can use a player point if you want, or you can just let it slide.
I will use a player point.
Okay. So they are going to mention that the pilots of the Starfire Phoenix, the Attractive Necessity, the Marv's Comet, and one of the light fighters, but they don't know which one, all kept their armaments, or acquired armaments in the case of the 2 custom-built ones. So they could potentially shoot other fighters down. And while it is discouraged, it's not strictly against the rules.
Damn, that's some good information to have. So Starfire Phoenix, Attractive Necessity, and then the 2...
And Marv's Comet.
Marv's, yep.
And one of the fighters. They don't know which one.
Okay. Still have weapons. Alright, good to know. I am assuming that Ray and I can find one of the refueling depots while we're here in the Kraken area.
Okay. The refueling depots are not at the waypoints. They are between the waypoints. That's why I asked if you're going to the battlefield. Because the first one would be between the Kraken and the battlefield.
Okay. That makes more sense. I would have gone there. Instead of to the waypoint.
You still totally can do that, because that does make sense, and that's what I figured you were going to do.
Yeah, let's do that.
So you're going to the first fuel station after the Kraken.
Correct.
Okay. So you're going to be able to get there. So right now, your ship is the one that's absolutely in the lead. A couple of the other ships have the capability of going as fast, but because of Kizik's piloting role, he got out of the traffic first, so he hit the accelerator first. So he's got a good 30-minute lead on the closest next target, and you're going to get to that refueling depot before they even get to the Kraken. So you're going to have some time.
I have some time.
Yep. And now we're going to flip over to Aiden. Aiden, I need an easy piloting role for you. I'm going to murder this playlist. Why will you not just play instrumental, non-vocal stuff? Why will you not do that?
So an easy piloting role.
Yeah. Sorry, it's just an easy piloting roll. Sorry, my brain's being ninja by my technology not cooperating, and I have to concentrate on 15 things at once, and you only have to do one thing at a time.
Nope, it's all good. It's all good because I know pilot well, so. Oh gosh. So I got a 4. We're talking about, so I'm not a pilot. So the thing is, is this like going into air flyer, or is that what you mean by pilot? Oh no, so no, never mind. I have nothing in pilot. So I'm going -3.
It's pilot small craft is what it is.
Yep, and I've got nothing there. So I rolled a 4. I am down to a 1 with the -3.
It's your dexterity modifier?
Dexterity modifier is a 0, so I have a 1.
Okay. Well, that's not ideal.
No, definitely not, no.
High or low?
Low.
Don't worry, there isn't a right or wrong answer.
Okay, good.
Okay. So, you realize, like, it's a 2-hour thing, and you're moving. It might be faster than you've ever moved in a starship that wasn't going faster than the speed of light. So basically, a ship that isn't jumping, this is the fastest you've done. And you're a solid hour into the 2-hour one when you accidentally bump the stick and like, oh my god, I moved the ship, and realize that your flight controls were never actually switched on. And you've been on a ballistic course the entire time. Whatever Kizik put in before he dozed off, it's just been a straight line rocket ship. And you thought you were really tense at the controls, but you weren't actually in control of the ship. And now you need to
I thought I was doing stuff. You know?
Thought you were doing stuff, but now I need you to make a decision. Do you wake up Kizik, wake up Luca, and try to figure out how to get control of the ship, or do you let it go ballistically and let him sleep?
Sorry, I was on mute there. I want to wake him up and make sure he knows what happened and knows what the condition of the ship is.
Okay.
So, Luca, hey, sorry to wake you up, but you awake?
What's happening?
No, nothing's happening. I just want to let you know that I made a mistake. I bumped the stick over here, and nothing happened.
We're crashing into an asteroid.
No, we're not crashing anything. But the ship is like kind of doing like an autopilot thing where it's off and running all by itself. And so no real problem. Nothing's changed. We're still heading the same direction as if I had not made a mistake. But I want you to know that I bumped it, and then right now we're kind of just sailing along with, basically. Let me put it this way: I'm not in control of this ship at all.
So you want me to give you controls? There's a green thing right there. You just flip it up.
Well, I'm nervous about that. That you giving me control. I just want to make sure you knew that the ship was kind of on this autopilot thing, and that I actually had no control.
It's not on autopilot. It's ballistic.
All right, ballistic. So this thing's moving on, and I cannot do anything.
I mean, you can if you flip the switches onto you, and then you can pilot it.
Okay, so your plan was actually so that I had control.
Yeah. That's how far out are we from the time we got to stop? We're getting close, right?
So we're getting there.
This is an astrogation check for Thodubs.
All right, full astrogation, including timing.
No, timing is only for specific checks.
Copy. Just wanted to make sure.
Like, the reason you have timing written down is because that's part of the jump calculation check.
No, that's fine. So rolled a 10, astrogation's 1, so got an 11, education's another 1, so got a 12.
Okay. So you are very, very slightly off course from just going ballistic. And you've lost your 30-minute lead. You're now only about 2 or 3 minutes ahead of the next fighter. and you need to adjust course to come back in. You're also about an hour away from the Kraken.
How are we looking on fuel? Do we need to fuel up before we go through the Kraken?
I've got to check fuel. I don't know how to check fuel. I think we're doing okay.
You're coming out of your hour of burn. Okay. So on your ship stat sheet, which was right here, but I don't know where it is now.
I moved it.
Okay.
As it disappeared.
Yeah, it's right over here, but you're gonna need this. It has things like how many hours of operation you have plus your burn. So you just finished your first hour. It was a 2-hour thing. You've burned an hour. You've got 6 hours of basic operation left.
So we have 7 total. We've burned 1, and we have 6 left. So we're doing good on fuel.
Is that what you just said, GM, or did you say we drove an hour, burned an hour, and we've got 5 left?
No, you've got 6 hours of operation left. But
Gotcha.
it's standard thrust 3 operation that you've got left. Okay? So thrust is not speed, thrust is acceleration. Does that make sense?
So I have to start worrying about slowing down. Because we're still ballistically at 12.
Well, we need to definitely course correct, right? And then, at least that's what I was hearing, that we were off course just a tad.
Well, let's get back on course. Are we going through this nebula or are we going around it? Also, have you seen any of the other ships?
You know, I honestly haven't checked and seen any of the ships. I was actually frozen solid holding this stick over here. I got this kind of a weird little grin on my face, but then I made that bump of the stick and I got all excited and weird. And so yeah, I kind of flipped out. I'm glad I got a chance to wake you up so that you help calm me down or at least make sure we're on the right track of doing something here.
So we got plenty of, how big is this nebula? Is that a 6 hours of driving through that?
I gave you the times on it for standard thrust 3 at the beginning, and I'm trying to remember off the top of my head because what I didn't do was actually write it down. But I think it's 4 extra hours. I think it's 4 hours to go around it, and I think it's 2 hours to go through it. I think that's what it turned out to be. It's twice as long to go around it. I'm going to write that down now. I should have wrote it down at the beginning.
Yep. Let's say we go through it, slow down till we're like 3 to go through it, and then go until we're out of fuel until we make it up to that battlefield.
If that's what you think is best, let's go ahead and do it.
I mean, that doesn't help us catch a guy, but that helps us race.
Well, that's fine. I mean, we have Frank and Roy out there. They're working, so I'm sure that they're doing their part, and we're just going to do our part.
We also have sensors on the ship, right?
Yeah, so we should probably run some sensor checks, check and see if there's any debris fields in front of us. See if there's a way we can figure out where the other ships are too. Now that you're awake.
Yeah, I got her. And I like gently tap the stick a little bit to get her back to where it says we're going.
Piloting check.
Uh, 7 plus 3 is a 10.
Awesome.
So yeah, we need to do a sensors check also to find out if we can get some more details about the ships or any type of debris that might be coming our way from heading towards the nebula.
Okay. You tell me, remember what you have, and then you tell me what you're looking for. See, that's once again where you asked a metagame question. Instead of I'm sitting in front of my radar, LiDAR, etc., what do I want to look for?
I want to look for the other ships, and I want to look and see if there's any debris that's heading our way as we're heading towards the nebula. So is anything in our path?
Okay. Radar, LiDAR then.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that.
So rolled an 8.
Okay.
Or not, I rolled an 8, but I have an 8.
Okay. Between you and the nebula, there are no ships currently. Widening your radar and LiDAR scan to the widest setting, you could probably just make out the edge of the... There is a other ship that's headed like peripherally, like right beside you, like they're at the same neck and neck as you. However, it's also worth noting that you're not going to get any radar returns from the nebula. LiDAR is going to go all staticky when it hits it, but radar is going to pass through it without doing anything because it's not a solid object. With it that said, this is what it looks like. It's very menacing, and it is not the kind of spatial phenomena that it is generally advised to sail through. I'll give you communications for a freebie because this would be broadcast on an open frequency. There are little satellite beacons completely encircling this thing in a sphere saying, do not approach this thing. It is a hazard and will destroy your ship.
Okay, Luca, we're getting these beacons around here. They're telling us that they're basically broadcasting this is not a good idea to go through this nebula at all. We've got one guy that's kind of pacing us on the side over here, but obviously I'm not getting any readings other than that. But definitely these beacons are going off. I mean, I'll leave it up to you. It's your call. You are the expert pilot, but so far it's saying this is a bad idea to go through this nebula.
I mean, it's a nebula. What's it going to do? Just destroy all the electronics in our ship and lead us going as fast as we are. Oh, man. Well, watch that other ship. If he's going around it, let's go around it.
All right, I'll watch the other ship and see what he's doing. So I guess we're just going to maintain course and just see what happens to this other ship.
You said we shouldn't go through it because it's going to kill us, and there's a bunch of little drone thingies that says it's going to kill us, so let's go around it.
Okay. So let's go around then. All right, sounds good.
Okay. Luca, you can adjust your course. Ghost, you're going to notice that they're changing course.
My team is changing course.
Yes, that your team is changing course. No one else is.
I want to get on comms and check who's in what position right now.
Okay. That's a good idea, and that's something that you can relay to their information, and I'm going to make it easy for you by putting them in order up here.
Can my comms reach out to my team?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there might be a little bit of lag at some of the longer distances, but you're close enough to have real time from where you're at now.
Hey, Luca, it's Frank. You're in the lead right now. I don't know why you're gonna get overtaken by the galactic comet if you don't go through that Kraken Nebula thing.
But it says it's dangerous, and my navigator said to slate turn around it.
All right, but this illegal outlaw race is dangerous, and you kind of knew what you were getting into. You could shave hours.
Yeah, it's like half the time. That's what I told him.
All right, anyway, the Galactic Comet's in second, and then there's that little fighter, and then the Starfire Phoenix. Oh, and I also found out there's like 4 ships out there that have weapons, so be careful.
Oh my gosh. Ships that have weapons. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
Do you know which one of them's Josh yet?
I'm still trying to figure all that out.
I mean, if we get clumped up again, I'll try to do some hotshot flying and look in some cockpits.
All right, but the galactic comet's coming up. It's about to pass you. So figure out which way you're going.
Or is anybody else course correcting, or are they going through it?
They're going through, man. You're gonna lose fucking tons of time going around this thing.
Be
All right,
2
well.
hours behind.
Well, that's not a good idea, Captain. I don't know. We might need to go through it, but again, it's your call. I mean, they might be trying to shave time off, but they might actually not survive it either.
I course correct back in to go through.
Okay.
Hold on to your butts.
Okay. So before we dive into the fun of the Kraken Nebula, Ghost, you and Ray have arrived at the refuel station. You've given all this, mission control information, which is very valuable to the crew. But what do you guys want to set up here at the refuel depot? There's probably 4 other support craft that are here. The refuel depot is literally just like dozens of refuel bladders hooked to hoses and a single tiny repurposed shuttle that serves as like the station keeping mechanism to hold this apparatus in space. It's like jerry cans in space.
Okay.
And it looks like it's either completely automated or there's a minimal like 1-person crew on the shuttle.
It's not self-serve though.
It kind of is, in that they would roll up and then ask for refueling. But like a robotic arm would hose up to them.
Okay. Ray, I've got a crazy idea, and I'm just going to bounce this off of you because I don't know if it's really bad, but I want to go out there in my exosuit, sneak around, go up to one of them hoses and maybe crimp the end so it does not refuel whoever goes to it. I will make sure that our Mako goes to the right hose, but we might be able to, sabotage one of these refueling hoses. What do you think about it?
I mean, if we don't get caught, that's a pretty good idea. They'll spend forever trying to figure out the problem, and then assuming that Luca can get through the nebula first, and I think he can because he's a hell of a pilot. He'll be refueled and on his way, and they'll be lined up at the one working hose or however many are left. It's a good idea. But,
all right.
And he kind of puts a hand on your shoulder, and he's like, you could die out there. Like, this is no shit. That's deep space.
Oh, yeah, that's true, too. What if we send the repair drone to do it?
A lot more likely to get caught, but it's a lot safer.
I'm going to try it with the repair drone.
All right, well, let me get you as close as I can to the station first. He starts like maneuvering the launch in on maneuvering jets. He goes up to the station as though he's going to attempt to refuel. So he's like, think of it like a gas station parking lot. He's like pulling into one of the nozzles. He's going to try and get you as close as he can.
Perfect.
Okay. This is going to be a vac suit check.
Oh, no. That's a 4.
Okay.
Hold on. It's not athletics, is it? It's dexterity?
Vac suit checks they're usually dexterity.
5.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're going to fail to do this. But you did not critically fail. So you're not going to breach your suit or anything super dramatic like that. But I'll let you tell me how it fails, in that you're just going to end up back in the cockpit, not able to get out there. Well, you're not able to get back out there in time to be there before the other ships get here.
All right. Sorry, I thought I was sending the repair drone.
Oh. I said vac suit because I thought you said you were going to go do it. When you said I'm going to do it, I thought you meant you were going to do it. Okay, so if it's a 5, we'll take that dice roll and apply it to your remote ops. That's education.
Yeah, which still ends up being a 5.
Okay.
But
Well, that's just the drone gets spotted.
yeah,
So that's actually way worse. So the drone's gonna get spotted. The refuel Bowser is going to have a little light come up, and it's like a searchlight, and it pins right on it. And do you keep moving it, or do you pull it back?
oh yeah, I'm gonna pull it back.
Okay. They are going to, like, the robotic arms were starting to extend to dock with you, and they are going to retract back. You are going to receive a warning message from the station. It's being run by like a drone, so it's not actually person. And it is going to inform you. It's going to say, launch number, blah 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 blah. Please vacate the premises immediately, or you be considered as a trespasser. And it is going to basically be like, leave the premises immediately or face consequences.
Ray, I'm gonna collect this repair drone, and then we should get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I mean, that's not good, but it's better than, you being out there and getting crushed by that robotic arm.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Did you see that thing? That thing was crazy.
Okay. And with that, we're going to flip back to Kizik, who is now entering the actual nebula. So as you look at this nebula, these spindly smoke-looking arms, they periodically... You ever seen flash paper burn?
Yes.
It burns like flash paper for brief moments, but it doesn't go away. It just bits and pieces of it tend to ignite, and when it does, your sensors go ape shit if it's anywhere near it. So that you're flying by sight because you can't trust your HUD sensors for this thing. And the spindling arms are moving. At the core, in this like smoky core of the nebula, you see jagged pieces of an artificial structure and realize that whatever's at the center of this thing is not a natural phenomenon. Something exists here. But pointing your ship anywhere near the core is basically your ship starts shutting down if you get too close. So you're the first one in, and you can either thread a tactic through this nebula of your own, or you can try to let someone pass you and see if they know what they're doing to get through.
I would like to slow down, but just long enough to see if the person behind me is going to just whip right through it.
Okay. So, the galactic comet careens around you, passing in the fast lane, as it were, skimming a little bit closer to the core, and attempts to divert its way in between the spindly arms of the nebula. They're moving like tentacles, and it's juking and weaving. It's doing a pretty decent job. And then a small piece of metal or rock, probably the size of a basketball, careens into the side of the ship. And you're following this thing, and suddenly there's gouts of fire and, ignited fuel coming out of the side of this thing, as it's just picked up and ignited one of the external fuel tanks that this ship carries. What do you do?
I get out of the flaming ball of fire, but I too try to whip through the tendrils.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a piloting check. You're going to get a boost because you were able to watch them go through, and that's going to help you know where to go.
Uh, 4 plus 4 is 8 plus 3 is 11.
Okay. So you pull around. You very narrowly avoid. So the pod that lit ablaze, the other Mako ship, the Galactic Comet, jettisons all 4 pods, including that one. There must have been an emergency release button, and they explode, and it shoots out of the end of the explosion, and you can see that it's charred and scarred, but it's still intact. It's lost a lot of ground to you, but it comes out of the nebula right behind you, and you are now through this nebula. Several of the sensor drones had pulled way back away from the nebula because of the interference, but the sensor drone that was following you now comes in, and You're guessing whoever's sending it camera operator instructions has asked it to make a close flyby of the cockpit, because it actually passes just feet in front of your cockpit to get like a close-in pan shot of the piloting cabin before zooming back out to its normal position.
I give it a cool roll too as I'm coming out of the black behind me.
Cool little flare. You don't have really good rear sensors because you have such huge engines, but you are going to tell that, you know, there's other ships coming through the nebula too now. Your next potential stopping point is the refuel station that your other teammates just vacated.
Well, that took 2 hours to get through there.
It takes 2 hours total, but that's the exciting part.
Is the refueling thing 2 hours away?
So 2 hours of operation will pass before you get out the other side. It's actually halfway through, so it would be... So... Yes, it's 2 hours further down the road. Past the 2 hours of operation to get through the Kraken, because it's halfway between.
Yep. So we're at 2 hours left, which means we have to fill up 24 tons of fuel.
Okay. So you are going to make for the refueling depot, which makes sense, and it looks like that's what most everyone else, including the other Mako, which probably was planning on skipping the station initially, but they're now heading in towards where you're heading in too. All right, so go ahead and give me your... Actually, Thodubs, give me an astrogation check. So let's see if you can give him a really shortcut path to get over there.
Copy that. So we have an 8.
Okay. So he gives you a pretty good path. You're going to maintain your lead all the way to the refueling depot. You'll be the first in. Ghost, Ray's pulled you guys away in the launch from the shuttle's sensor perimeter. You can still watch what's going on there if you would like, or you can try to move on to the next area. You can do anything with your drones you want to do, but you can't approach the station. If you do, the alarms are probably going to be an issue. Ray is... Well, let me roll. Let's see. That might not be good enough. Ray is here. You know, it's not a combat check. We're gonna give him a point of luck he doesn't have. Ray is gonna be like, so they definitely launched a ship to like come over and inspect this fuel depot. I don't know who they are, but there is a ship that made a beeline as soon as we got that alert, so we probably don't want to hang out here for too long.
All right. I was thinking about launching one of the recon drones, but
You can still do that.
I think you're...
I mean, you've got 2 hours between the time they leave that nebula and get here. And you'd have at least 4 hours until the ship got here. He just doesn't think it's a good idea to stick around.
Okay, so my biggest priority right now is trying to find which one Josh Howard's in.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't put together yet how a recon drone's going to tell me the guy's name inside the ship.
It's not going to be able to.
Yeah.
But the recon drones, so they're not super advanced. The ones you got are basically just missiles with a camera on it, a couple basic sensors. But it does have a camera on it, so if you shot it like at a ship and told it to scan the cockpit of the ship, it could send back a picture. It'd be like cell phone quality picture of the front viewport. You should have to pick one of the ships for each of the drones you fired.
Here, so have more ships congregated around this fuel depot now that like the racers are coming back this way?
So yeah, there were 4 to start with. There's probably 6 now, support ships that are congregating around but not actively refueling it yet. The refueling depot, but they're support trucks for the other for the other racers.
Is there any way to scan for the main frequency that they're using or the encryption that they're using so that I can like finally hear narration and maybe catch names?
They're probably not listening to that. They're not broadcasters, or they're not. That's not what they're the crews for the other racers. You're not really even supposed to have the feed that you already have if you're participating in the race. So you can try to slice into the drones again, the like camera drones that are doing there. You already have basic access. You can push your luck, basically you push your roll and try to get better access to get a little bit of narration. You can try to hack into any of the ships or the other things around you. But the support trucks don't have that broadcast, I guess is what I'm getting at.
Okay.
If you have hacking skills, the hacking thing is definitely a thing you can do.
Not much of a hacker myself, but Ray, I think maybe it's time to just move on to the next thing, and maybe we can set up a trap or something early before other people get there. We want to find the tow guy and maybe tip him large to hang out. Ooh, maybe we can leave the other people behind by tipping him big and leaving early.
Well, there's 2 or 3 of them, but if you're willing to spend the creds, we could just hire all of them.
Damn, that's a lot of money, though.
It's a lot of money, but I have no doubt that they'd take the charters. They'd probably let us do it.
It's a dirty trick. Let's keep that in the back pocket.
You sure you don't want to launch any of these intel probes at any of these? You don't want to pick some of these ships to at least try to find out where this guy is? I feel like we're leaving an opportunity behind here.
Yeah, I do too. Shit, let's just do it. And fires a missile.
Okay, you've got 5 of these things. You can pick up to 5 targets, or you can just do 1. But you have to. The way that it works is you're gonna have to pick one of these racers to say, is that one?
All right, I am thinking it's Starfire Phoenix.
Okay.
So I'm gonna pick Starfire Phoenix, and I want to get a good scan of it.
Okay. Well, cell phone picture, but good enough. All right, so you fire your one, and you guys start heading out towards your tow ship because it's going to take a while for everything to happen.
Right.
It's literally going to be hours between you going back there, the recon drone being fired towards Starfire Phoenix, everyone showing up at the refueling depot. But it's going to be out there trying to get its camera shot of him.
Okay.
All right, so Kizik. You guys show up at the refueling depot. You're the first one there, followed closely by Galactic Comet.
Yep, I'm gonna pick the best one so that I can zip away fast.
Okay. You pull in, you click the button, the hose extends, clicks up, and you can hear the fuel flowing in. And at the rate it's flowing in, it's gonna fill the tank really fast. Because right now you're the only one on the station. As soon as the Galactic Comet hooks up and starts taking its tank, you immediately see that fuel rate drop. And you seem to be losing about 10% flow rate for each new ship that connects. Luckily, the fighter that was right behind you guys, that fighter it bypasses the fuel station. It just keeps going. So it's now technically in the lead. Okay. Next up is going to be Starfire Phoenix. I don't know if you guys are going to have any communications on comm about him checking any of these ships out, but you might even see a little flash of light as it comes into the docking station. And all the rest of the ships are going to keep moving up. We're going to keep the turn orders, I'm going to try to get the race orders. I'm going to try to keep pole positions roughly accurate here because Ghost has a pretty good line on being able to watch that feed. And Ghost, you're going to get a snap picture back The crew of the Starfighter Phoenix appears to be a husband and wife. They do not appear to be the target.
Okay. How can I tell that they're husband and wife? She's sitting there cross-armed and like mad.
No, they've got his and her racing suits.
Ah, very nice.
Yeah, I get the Starfighter Phoenix is a very well put together ship. They've got like their names written underneath the cockpit, and it's it's well pinstriped and painted, and they've got matching flight suits. They're professionals. They do this for a living.
Nice. I'm gonna relay that to my ships over my friends. Hey, it's probably not the Starfire Phoenix.
Don't mind that dog. We brought him with us on the launch.
Yeah, Chewbacca's in here with me.
Ray. That's good info. Do you want us to slow down and try to weave in and see people, or just keep trying to? We gotta be safe. I just want to try to win and go fast.
Who do you think it is?
I think it's that weird ass like split ship that's got a thing in the middle of it.
The Attractive Necessity, or yeah, that one.
Yeah, that one to me is the most clodged.
Okay, I'll check that one next.
I think the Quantum Falcon also has a unique clodginess to it. I think the Comet, the Marv's Comet, that one's too well built.
Well, this guy's like an expert builder, right? He's done it forever.
Yeah, but he wouldn't custom build a perfect, like, that looks good.
So he tends to, and this is one of the minor things that Thodubs missed, is that is one of the tactics he uses is to kludge one together, but he is not above stealing a well-built, like he'll kill a pilot and take their fighter.
Oh shit.
That's why he's a wanted man.
He could be in the lead right now. He could be this unnamed fighter.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that he would be I think that he would be one of the ones in the front running. I don't think he'd be in the back somewhere.
Yeah, we should check this guy. That's a very good point.
All right. Ray gets you hooked up to one of the tows, and he looks over at Frank, and he's like, all right, so where do we want to tell this tow pilot to take us next? We want to hit up the refuel depot that's between Battlefield and Moon?
Yeah, I think that's our next pit stop, right?
All right, we're going to be sitting out there waiting for a minute, I think, because he can get us there super fast. We could probably thrust one out there and save ourselves the tow fee, but we'd only get out there ahead of the pack at the rate they're moving by like maybe an hour, 30 minutes, something like that.
You think we'd be able to get out there before that little fighter does?
Probably not. If he stays at max thrust the whole time, he's moving at thrust 6, accelerating. He didn't even slow down for the fuel depot, so he's still accelerating.
Yeah. Nah, let's go ahead and pay for the tow. I think it's that guy. We're gonna get a recon drone on him.
You got it. Okay. Isaac, you detach from the fueling station. You're now full fuel again.
I kick her into as fast. Kick her into thrust 2 and then thrust 3 and then hit the overburn.
Okay, so you go straight into high burn. Okay. So let me before you commit to that. If you commit to high burn, you're going to overshoot the battlefield. Not by a ton, but you're gonna, because it's like a lighting off a rocket, your 1 hour of burn is going to make you move so fast you're not going to be able to make the turn without slowing down, so you're going to like power slide past your waypoint.
I would not have done that then. I would have found the optimal time when I got that full hour of burn. I just kick her up to 3.
All right. Let me adjust the pole positions coming out of the fuel depot real quick. Okay. You guys are bunched up again coming out of the fuel depot. With that said, oh wait, the Mako would launch ahead of the other ones by just a little bit, and the would be so it'd be more like that. Whole array back, so I can get more room in the front. There we go. Pole positions adjusted. So coming out of the fuel depot, heading towards battlefield. That's what you guys are going to look like. Dubs is welcome to help any type of navigation or sensors checks you guys want to do along the way. It's up to you guys.
Well, I do. I want to start running some, again, radar, LiDAR. I want to see what's going on our path. I want to see if that thing's, coming past us, if we're running into any type of weird objects or even, gosh, I mean, something that's just like a free-floating asteroid that's heading our path that we need to know about.
Okay. So radar, LiDAR. That's the sensors.
And we got an 8.
Excellent. That's very fortunate because there is in fact an asteroid that is directly in your path. And at first, you've seen a dozen of these along the course. So you tell Luca taps the stick, and then the asteroid moves into your path again.
That's weird. Did you see that, Luca?
Yeah, we're gonna hit it again.
It like moved. Is it tracking us?
Yes, this is one of those nefarious things, and I tap it again. Just little things, watching it move left and right.
It stays with you. Now you're closing on it at such a rate that you're gonna either hit it or pass it in the next 5 minutes.
Are there anybody beside us? Like, could I try to the other Comet, is he close enough that I could try to use him to make him run into it instead of me, or is it just, am I alone?
So there's 3 fighters ahead of you that you guys would also be able to see on sensors, and they appear to be juking and weaving more than normal, as though they are also trying to avoid something, though you can't necessarily see what they're trying to avoid. The other Mako launched, the Galactic Comet launched close enough to you that it's almost parallel to you. It's lagging a little bit behind you, but it's the closest other fighter, and it is, like you, plotted the optimal course for its engines, which are just like yours. So you two are very close together because you're both following the optimal flight plan.
Nice.
Is there anything that we can see on sensors that was actually, like, is there something tracking the one that's next to us? Or is it only tracking us?
So if you want to broad spectrum your sensors, your LiDAR can only lock on certain things at a time. So think of it like a point system. So you can zoom out and say, I want to look at all the things in front of us and see what these other things are. But you'll lose real-time tracking on the thing that you are now accelerating at Mach 30 towards.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. No. I guess I just wanted to see if this person was being tracked also, because I mean, another option for us, Luca, would be, what happens if we get close enough to the other ship where this object locks onto them and not us?
Yeah, we're also speeding towards it. We don't have a lot of time to do this. I was hoping that I could use him as a little buffer and try to confuse this asteroid that's trying to block us, so that I can go up and he could either go down or hit it.
Yeah, or get directly behind the guy so that he goes through it instead of us.
Yes, I'm going to. As we're getting closer and closer, the optimal time to push down as hard as I can and blast past it and then push back up. Like, I'm going to try to make it a narrow miss, but I'm still going to give it like little adjustments just to make sure it's still moving. I'm going to move it left and then juke right.
How much speed are you willing to scrub to pull this maneuver off? Are you willing to go to thrust 2 to do it?
I will go to thrust 2 like at the very last second.
Okay, go ahead and give me a piloting roll for that. That's going to be a hard check, so it's going to be a 10 to pass.
Do I get any advantage because I can see it LiDAR?
Yeah, I'll give you a boost for that.
I got a 10 without the boost.
Okay. Let's see if you get any better effect off that boost.
I got an 11 with the boost.
Excellent. Okay, so you invert as you go over top of it. So you pull up and over it because that's the most optimal path, and you invert the ship. So you guys can look through the top of your canopy glass and see that it isn't an asteroid at all. Something has grabbed a piece of starship wreckage that is old and rusted. It looks like a small tug drone, and it is behind this thing holding on with grappling arms and just maneuvering it using what data you can't really see what kind of data it's using, but it's intentionally blocking paths. And as you roll over top of it, it seems to like jitter for a second and then turn back towards the group of fighters and start maneuvering again. It's locked onto something else.
Oh, no, that's just dirty pool right there. I guess that's something we could probably expected, but oh, there you go. That's your problem.
Good job on those radars. And I laser focus back forward again. Did the other Mako make it?
So I do now need to roll for a couple other things. Ooh, no, the other Mako does not make it. So no sooner have you cleared this thing and telling him a good job as your sensors report a large explosion behind you. You guys don't really have good sensor returns on what's behind you because of your engines. But metagame, that Mako is gone.
Yeah, that didn't look very good back there. That I'm glad you're piloting pretty good because that could have been us.
Up next is the battlefield. We're gonna need a lot of focus there.
All right. So I'm going to give a couple opportunities here. First off, Ghost, you are the first one who gets to lay eyes on the battlefield because you are tapped into the sensor array that's watching the battlefield. And I want you to go ahead and give me a perception check because this is mostly camera visuals that you're looking at. And you've had some time while at thrust to kind of observe this and have a look.
Awesome, I got an 11.
Excellent. Okay, the first thing you're going to notice is that like something happened here with mercenary cruisers and like patrol corvettes, and like there was some sort of amazing battle here with current era technology, and there's just hulks drifting that have been gutted out here. And it is a very hazardous space to fly through. And there's the same kind of warning beacons that are around the Kraken that are around this thing, basically saying, look, if you fly in here, a piece of debris might just roll into you and crush your ship. As you're watching the camera feeds, you will notice that there are little thruster flares. And as you zoom in, you're going to notice that not all of the fighters that are in the battlefield are actually dead.
Oh. Frank DeLuca.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy. There's some shit in the battlefield that's there are fighters in the battlefield that are active.
You mean like this crazy illegal race is gonna have surprises and we just gotta keep glowing?
100%, but I wanted to give you a heads up. You should stay away from the fighters. They do have some thrusters going if you got any IR or anything like that.
Yeah, do you want to send a probe in there?
I'm gonna send a probe out to get that unnamed fighter. I wanna see into his cockpit.
Ray's gonna say, "Hey, I know you said hacking isn't your thing, but is there anything we could do, like, to interfere with these guys? Like, is there anything we could do with any of these wrecks or anything? Can you think of anything we could maybe hack into?"
Well, we could get the probes to start moving some debris around and send some shit. If we get close to some stuff that's floating out there, are you talking about like the fighters that are active or the fighters that are not?
Well, yes. Also, there's those beacons out there that are running wide open. We could use them as signal boosters and maybe get a real data connection to something. I was thinking,
like that idea too.
I was thinking we just look for any vulnerable wireless points and see what we can find. If we can get into those fighters, or those fighters probably didn't fly all the way out here on their own. Maybe there's some command and control, or maybe there's still a weapon system active on one of the ships or something.
Yeah, let's start scanning around for some SSIDs.
Yeah. That's actually going to be Frank doing those rolls.
Litz is the royal Litz, I guess. Heyo, that's a 8.
All right, so let me ask you, do you want me to just dice roll what you get, or do you have a preference?
Let's dice roll it. Leave it up to chance.
Okay. So, dark green, light green, or orange. Which one is which? Between being able to tap into fighter comms, a active weapon system on one of the Hulks that you can remotely control as a turret, or being able to tap into the beacons and have the beacons ping and identify all of the fighters. Dark green, light green, orange.
Orange.
That-
The last one.
I was really looking for you to assign those actions.
Oh,
to
I'm
each
sorry.
color.
Yeah, I would like orange to be the beacons.
Okay.
And then the green, light green would be the weapons system on the Hulk.
Okay.
And then the other green to be the fighter comms.
Okay. Well, you have now access to a beam laser turret
Oh boy.
on this Hulk. It can reach out to about here. And it's got about enough power for 2 volleys using gunnery. Yep.
Okie dokie.
And that's about what I'm going to let you do before the fighter comes through. So, fighter enters from this side, and juking and weaving going through the battlefield. Okay? You said you want to launch a sensor probe at that. You going to do that too, or?
I would like to do that.
Okay. We're going to make it remote ops, but it's being done at 0.
Yeah, so it's going to be just a straight up roll plus my education, which is a 9.
Excellent. All right, so you've got this thing going in, and you told it to get a close scan on the cockpit.
I did.
It's going to intercept it when the fighter's out here, so it's going to be beyond your weapon range. So I'm going to assume that you're going to hold fire, but you don't have to.
I have no reason to like zap this guy yet, so yeah, I'm not gonna.
Okay. He gets to this point, and you get that the guy's in a flight suit. Looks like a masculine build, but It can be a perception roll, an easy perception roll. You need 4 or higher to pass.
Nice. I pass with a 4.
Okay. So you did get a very specific image of the flight suit the guy's wearing, and this is not the same flight suit. Now, it's not possible that he changed his clothes, but pilots tend to be pretty superstitious about such things. And this is definitely not even remotely the same kind of flight suit as what your target was wearing.
Okay.
And then last part. One of the fighters attempts to turn and engage him, but he's so damn fast. He's actually out the other side before the fighter can get to him. Okay. Kizik, you guys are going to show up. And you are going to be... So the other 2 lighter fighters, they saw this thing coming. They started like reverse braking way early. So depending on how ballsy Luca wants to be, you could actually be ahead of these 2 fighters, or you can be following them in. They have a much higher thrust ratio than you do. But to do the maneuvers they're doing, like, they've got to be running low on fuel.
I'm going to slow down and follow him through.
You're going to follow them. Okay. So, let's see here. And if you want to jump in here, Ghost, at any point in time, you just let me know, because you got 2 shots you can take.
Okay.
All right, so Light Fighter Mark II tries to punch it and go, like, basically sees a hole for a straight line that they could possibly make it through and tries to do a straight line shot. This fighter, this fighter tries to leap into action and engage him, and they actually collide into each other. Like, they miscalculate their distances and they just collide and crack and die.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it's pretty. There's nothing left that would fit in a thimble. It causes this purple light fighter to veer off and head in this direction.
Out of the race.
No, it's still the whole map is the race.
Oh, okay.
You can pick any route you want to go through this map, but the middle is the straightest shot. So he's maneuvered off to a less optimal course because he didn't want to careen into that wreckage.
Gotcha.
So he's hanging out over here next to this nice looking token.
But I can go high or low over that wreckage, or I gotta go left or right.
You can go high, low, left, right, however you want. There's plenty of places where your shuttle will fit. And there is not necessarily a right or wrong answer as much as there is... You guys know there's fighters. And the fighters seem to be sprinkled along the direct path.
Yeah, I see this guy tail off to the right. I said I was following him. I'm gonna follow him.
Okay. Give me a piloting check for that first maneuver. Take a boost because you're following someone who's breaking trail for you.
Uh, 7 plus 3 is a 10.
7 plus 3 is a 10. That's really good. Okay, so the next 2 that we're going to come through. Are the Starfire Phoenix and the Attractive Necessity. And they also saw all this going down. They come to the inside, like they try to hug the hulk of this ship here and come through. And this other fighter is going to rear up and try to attack the Starfire Phoenix. And a 7 doesn't cut it, so he misses and zips through. And he tries to bank. He comes in almost point blank range to the weapon system that Ghost has access to.
Can I zap him?
Yes, you can. Go roll gunnery, please.
Is that education?
No, gunnery is dexterity.
Oh, it's dexterity? That's even better. 11.
So you can roll damage if you want. As a matter of fact, let's just for lulz. Go ahead and roll damage. It's 1d6 for the beam laser, and it's a dual beam laser, so it's 1d6 plus 1.
Four.
Okay. On these little hodgepodge fighters, that's a good hit. And it is enough to eliminate this fighter from the fight. It's not completely destroyed, but it's enough of its core that you actually feel bad that you didn't get the cockpit, because this guy's dead, but now he's going to freeze or suffocate to death.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's not a pretty way to go. And as you're contemplating that, you look over, and the Attractive Necessity unloads 2 weapon fire shots into the back of the Starfire Phoenix. Is trying to make a really tight maneuver around this mercenary cruiser, and it side swipes into the mercenary cruiser, and it explodes. And then
Holy shit!
The Attractive Necessity just, keeps going.
It's not out of shot yet, right? Can I make a long shot?
Go ahead.
Okay. Man, fuck that guy. All right, that's a 13.
Okay. Make sure you add your effect. Roll your d6.
That's 5 plus 1. And the effect is...
Plus your effect.
4.
Okay. So let's see. Armor.
10.
So it's 10 total?
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh no, it'll be 11. It's not an effective 4, it's an effective 5.
Okay. Oh, you know what? It's made out of these. I should just double this. Yeah, that's what I'll do. That makes much more sense. You said it was 14?
Yes.
14 total. Okay. So you hit this ship. It does an incredible... So it's a hodgepodge together ship, and you just nailed it with a perfect beam laser shot that nearly splits off one of its nacelles and sends the thing into a corkscrew. And it veers off in this direction. You've been concentrating on shooting the lasers in that little area, so I'm going to make you make a perception check for this. If you pass, I'll show you something important.
Eight.
Just make it. So you look over at to see if you basically see if you killed the thing. Like, you're trying to confirm your kill through the cameras. And you notice that these 2 fighters actually fall into formation and try to help stabilize this ship. They are in cahoots. And yeah, I think we're gonna go back to Thodubs and Kizik now.
Hold on. The couple from Starfire Phoenix are dead?
Yep. They smashed into the mercenary cruiser at max speed. So its shots didn't actually destroy the ship, but what they did do was take out enough of their thrusters that when they tried to do that high G turn, he timed it very strategically to shoot it when it would do the most effect, and they actually ran into the ship.
Damn.
It was a very malicious and thought out plan. Kizik? Thodubs?
How's my purple lead fighter still dip diving and weaving?
Yep, he's still ahead of you. He has slowed down considerably so that he can use that extra thrust point so he can maneuver.
Oh well, he's still my carrot. I'm gonna just be in his trail.
Okay. Well, let me roll some stuff for him then. If you're not going to take any initiative, does Aiden want to do anything? Sensors, etc.
Yeah, always doing sensors. I like to get some sensors readouts for what it is. Again, LiDAR, radar, see what's going on. At least look for the blips. See if there's any movement and see if the movement is going, that kind of thing.
Okay, well, there's insane amounts of movement. It's a battlefield. It's like a debris field of battle. It's all like careening everywhere. Think like the really hectic asteroid field from Empire Strikes Back.
Yep. Trying to think of things that are close to us that actually would matter for us to avoid collisions or anything like that.
So, the light fighter smacks into this ship right here. But it does it in such a way that it's able to like careen off and stabilize itself. And it actually appears to set down on the hull of that ship, like as a way of stabilizing itself. So this thing is sort of mated to the ship at the moment. It's come to a dead stop. So if you're going to keep following it, you're going to have to brake to a stop.
Nope. I'm going to zoom up high over it and then look to go between these two guys here.
Okay.
I'm going at, what's that, thrust 2? Slow down, and then he hit a thing.
Okay, so just remember, every point of thrust that you use to maneuver, you cannot use to accelerate. So you can say, I'm going to maneuver with 2 points of thrust and accelerate with a point of thrust, for example. You can also use thrust as dodge. So every point of thrust you use to dodge makes it hard. Like if someone shoots at you, you can use it to dodge. So it's important to remember, but you cannot commit points of thrust you've already used. So if you use all your points of thrust and then I shoot at you with an NPC, you can't use that point of thrust to dodge.
Excellent. I'll use 1 to go forward and 1 to maneuver,
Okay.
saving 1 for a dodger.
Okay. Ghost, you now have a ton of information. Before we move to the top of the round, or past this point in the round, is there anything you want to pass on?
The attractive necessity, that junkyard racer, he's working with fighters. He's got a bunch of people working in cahoots with him. And they're like helping him limp on. But I blasted his ass. I got him good. So just be on the lookout. I have not confirmed that that's Howard yet. Carnage, but he's fighting dirty. If you come across the attractive necessity, he's a dirty fucker.
Is that Josh? Do we need to try to board with him and take him?
I have no confirmation that that's him yet, but he's a dirty shit.
Can you ping it on the battlefield? Could you do that digitally so that I can... Do I just see that right in front of me?
I'm going to say he can just send you that information because of your neural comms. So like he can pass on what he sees. So it would be a little disorienting because you would suddenly see it from his perspective. But I'm going to say that you can understand where it is. It's just a little disorienting.
Oh shit.
Are you able to send any drones or anything like that out there to see if we can, do some reconnaissance on it, take a picture or something?
That's my next step. Yep.
No, we're gonna beat your drone to it.
Okay. You look at it.
I mean, that's just the next chance I get. I'm gonna flip her upside down. Aiden, you take a big look.
I'm gonna take a big look. You go ahead and do the inversion thing here, and I'm gonna take a look and see what I can see.
Okay. Let's have some piloting rolls. Describe the maneuver as best you can. It's information with 2 fighters, but they seem to be concentrating on using their landing gears to stabilize the ship, which is almost come apart at its left nacelle.
Are they inverted or are they attached onto the top?
So their cockpits are facing out the sides because they're using their landing gear up against the sides. If that makes sense.
Yeah, 1,000%. And I know this guy's got guns on his front, so I'm going to again like big pitch left so that we're now upside down, like right over top of his little window areas, and then continue that roll and make sure that I've got to exit, that I don't hit this big old asteroid. Is that a appropriate descriptor?
How do you see into his cockpit from that angle? You're inverting. You're looking through the top of yours.
Oh, his is, he doesn't have a thing on the top of that?
No, because he basically built it out of like scrap parts. So he has very little viewport in the front. He has a little bit, not a lot.
All right then.
You're thinking it's like an F-14, huh?
Yeah, I'm going to now try to put my wing. I'm going to do that same left to roll, but I'm going to try to roll it so that my guy makes it and I can almost touch my wing to his wing and we can look in the side.
Okay. That's going to be a incredibly tight maneuver.
Can I use 2 thrusts to maneuver and 1 thrust to go?
Yes, but I can only give you 1 boost dice for it. But I can take away a bane for it, so... Yeah, we'll call it a net positive of 1 for you to do it. But you do need to hit 12.
I get a +1. Do I get a boost dice too?
Yes, you get a boost dice.
Excellent. Let's go dice. 6 +2 is 8 +3 is 11.
Okay, so...
+1 is 12. It's exactly 12.
Okay, well then I don't have to say the thing I was about to say. So you pull this thing in here and you slide it down. You're about the same tonnage as this guy is. He's a little bit less than you. You pull it in, and I'm gonna say that Luca cannot possibly take his eyes off the controls. So the person who has to look into the cockpit to do the identification is gonna have to be Aiden.
I am staring, man.
Okay, so what I'm gonna have you do is I'm gonna have you do a perception check. Now, the real strain of this perception check is not whether or not you see the guy. It's whether or not you can see him in the few milliseconds you have to look in there, and you don't freak out, because what Luca's doing is batshit crazy.
Every sensor, beep, 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 whoa, whoa. Every sensor's gone off. But for a second, you can see into his little tiny slit of a cockpit.
Go ahead and give me the roll, Dubs.
All right. And we got an 8.
All right, you just made it. So you look in there and you can see this guy. He's wearing this flight suit with a it's more like a NASA helmet, so it's got a clear faceplate so you can see his face. And he has this look of absolute shock. Like, he cannot believe what he's seeing out the side of this cockpit window. And
Hey,
then-
Luca, it's him. Luca, that's the guy. It's him. It's him. It's him.
Hold on, I'm trying to keep the fucking ship together. Then what happens, Big GM?
Well, I stopped describing because he said it's him, and I wanted to know what Luca did.
Yeah, Luke is still trying to not hit everything.
So are you maintaining the formation that you're in?
Yeah, so I'm just real close. I'm right there.
That's so, yeah, because in my I was just wondering, because like he tells you, hey, it's him. In other words, I've got what I need. Do you break off or do you stay? That's the reaction I was wanting for you, but it sounds like that completely slipped your brain. So I'm gonna say maybe you just stay.
Yeah, I would have kept doing it. Like, it was a one-time maneuver trying to go. So I would have pulled away.
Okay. And you used pretty much all your thrust
all of my stuff, yeah.
to do that. Okay. All right. Well, you didn't collide. You guys end up out this side. He ends up. So you end up here. He ends up back here. The two fighters end up breaking off. All right. Okay. Guys. Through the middle. Okay. That's everybody but Ghost. I don't know that there's anything Ghost can do here, but it is your turn.
I'm gonna have Ray scoot on to the tug, and we're gonna pay him to go to the next place. Try to set up some sort of ambush, maybe.
Okay, you're already at the fuel depot between this place and the next place, so their next stop will be where you're currently at.
Okay, then we want to.
But you can do something here and then skip ahead before they get here if you want.
Can you ping on the map where the fuel depot is?
It's not on the map.
Oh, it's not on the map. Okay,
Yeah.
they gotta come here. Right,
Yeah,
right.
the waypoints are a list, so
I'm tracking.
So it's start, commercial area, Kraken, battlefield, moon, contractor yard, and between moon and battlefield, battlefield and Kraken, Kraken and commercial area, there are fuel depots.
All right, I'm gonna put out the mining probe, and I'm gonna have it try to attack the attractive necessity.
When it comes into fuel.
Yes, when it comes into fuel.
Okay, so you drop that out. Go ahead and roll your remote ops.
7.
Okay.
Can I burn a point?
Yeah, I'll let you burn them.
Yay.
So it's all programmed, and it's got a pretty standard go mine the transparent cockpit of this ship. If it makes it that far. All right, so that puts us back at the top of the round. Kizik, this thing, Attractive Necessity, has used its maneuver to maneuver behind you and has deployed both of these fighters back off of it. So you are now faced with the Attractive Necessity and 2 starfighters. The starfighters are hodgepodge models that are built. Like, if you're looking at it, you'd say it's junkyard parts, just like the Attractive Necessity are, as the rest of these fighters have been. So these are not super formidable fighters, except for the fact that you don't have a gun.
What is directly in front of me? Is it just more fields of debris?
So it's debris, but it gets much thinner as you head out in that direction. Like, you're exiting the battlefield, debris field.
We got nothing. I think the right thing to do here is to run away.
Okay. So which way do you angle yourself?
I'm going to get a little bit close to this one and then pedal to the metal.
Okay. Parabolic arc or direct shot?
Parabolic arc.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead and give me your piloting check and have Thodubs do an astrogation to make that arc work. And you're going to thrust 12, so you're high burn, right?
As soon as I clear anything yes. I assume it's got to be like 3 to 6 to 12. But as soon as those alarms that say like you're gonna blow up disappear, I hit the button to go to the next speed. Did you astrogate me?
Yeah, I got a 6 on astrogation.
Five, 9 plus 3 is a 12. Minus 2 is a 10.
All right. So you do manage to get the Mako headed in roughly the right direction, which is, that's fortunate. gonna move some stuff off the edge now. All right, you're headed towards this depot. You're gonna get there first. You're coming up on the next fuel depot. You're way ahead of the pack. There is a pack of racers that are back there. You can't really see anything, but Ghost is in the feed and can tell you that, you know, this core group of racers are still racing. He is also going to see through the feed these two groups come out of the battlefield at an oblong angle. They are kind of going along the same path that your Mako's going, but they are moving slower, and this group is moving much slower. This fighter has docked to and sort of parasited himself to the top of that freighter, whatever it is, that shuttle, which Ghost may find familiar. And he's using it for fuel or something to like keep himself alive. So he's moving much slower than the rest. But he's headed towards the fuel depot.
Once I'm clear of the battlefield, I'm gonna say, hey, can you leave me a repair drone on fuel pump number 3?
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't deployed that one. I deployed the mining drone to take out the attractive necessity.
Yeah, that's where Josh is.
Oh shit, it's him.
Yeah, we almost kissed with our ships.
Well, I'm glad I picked him then, because yeah, fuck that guy. I was gonna kill him anyway. He's good dead, right?
I think so. But he's definitely on to us. He's got 2 fighters that are might just kill us.
All right. Well, I'm gonna deploy the repair drone on pump number 3 for you. I got a 10.
Kizik, you've got a 10-minute lead over the other racers. Probably a 20-minute lead before the attractive necessity gets there.
I'm gonna take all of the time like fueling. Like I'm gonna dump some extra fuel to try to slow things down so that I can be there while the attractive necessity's there.
Okay.
And to give Aiden some time to attach the drone to the bottom of the ship.
Okay. Give me just a second. I might be able to help facilitate that ever so slightly. Here's where I lag the server out because I really want to do a thing. Smart GM had this. Oh, that's not what I thought it was. Oh, there's something in here that'll work though. Definitely work. Refuel depot. Okay. Big old bladder of stuff with little docking clamps like fuel pumps. So you pull into your designated fuel pump. And you do your docking. You fill up your ship, but you don't undock. And you do the first dice roll. And no, okay. So attractive necessity rolls in. Intentionally goes all the way around and docks on the other side. And how long are you going to wait there? Well, let me put it this way. They're there. you see it roll in. There's all sorts of stuff trailing and smoking. One of the support truck pods that is there, one of the junkiest looking ones, does roll up and deploy a repair drone and starts fixing the battle damage, the attractor necessity. The fighters do not come into the range of the refueling bay. You probably got 10 minutes before the rest of the racers. Oh no, the racers would have got there first. The racers all pull in and they're all docking and getting fuel.
Can I get the mining probe to sneakily go and attach itself to the necessity?
Oh, it's not sneaky. It's not that kind of thing. It is going to try to do it, but it's not smart enough to do sneaky.
Gotcha.
So, all right, big old roll. You know what? You just want to roll for it. It's just so it's a D6 roll, and it's just a straight roll. And if it does an 8, then it's going to start trying to mine the cockpit's glass.
Nate.
Okay, so with an 8, we're going to say it takes 1d6 turns worth of cutting to breach the cockpit. That's a 2, so roll one more time. Seven. Okay, so it doesn't do it that time. So let me see how they react, because at this point, your freebie's definitely over. All right, but they don't know what the fuck to do, so go ahead and roll one more time.
11.
Okay, so the laser breaches the cockpit. Reflex check. Good old carnage. That is a 6. That's not good enough. From your position at the refueling port where the Mako is, you can't really see what's going on. But Ghost's camera would be able to see as the mining drone, like as soon as the cockpit breaches, it ignites the atmosphere inside of the cockpit, and there's just this roiling, boiling fireball that just envelops the inside of the ship as it explodes. That explosion then ripples into the fuel pump and starts following the chain reaction up the bladder, and the entire station starts to go. So I need a reaction check from the Mako and everyone else who's attached.
Get the fuck out of here, Ray.
Okay.
Oh, that's an 11 rolled. Dexterity is 13.
All right. Well, not everybody died. Oh wait, I didn't roll for them. Okay, definitely not everybody died. All right, 3 ships managed to escape the ensuing fireball. The rest are consumed by the station as it explodes.
Whoops.
And the race is going to continue because these 2 ships are going to, after a minute of trying to decide what to do, watching the station that was supposed to be neutral ground explode, they're going to decide to turn and continue the race. What are you going to do, Kizik? Because Luca's sort of accomplished the bounty part of the mission, although proving that you got the kill with that sort of result is going to be difficult.
Luca's going to have watched everything, and then as soon as the engines beside him will zoom up, he's going to zoom up right after him.
Okay. You fully refueled your fighter, so you're definitely going to make it to the next spot.
I also have a repair drone underneath of my ship, which makes it harder to fly.
It adds a little bit of weight, so you will be taking a bane on your piloting checks, unless you want to jettison it.
As soon as I get close to one of these other ships, I'm going to say, please repair their engines by turning them off to the repair drone.
While you're actually in flight towards the next thing?
Yeah.
Okay, so The repair drone does not have a ton of thrust on its own. So
we're gonna get close.
Yeah, I was about to say, so you're gonna have to either get really close or you're gonna have to like fling it onto their ship. Go ahead and pick which one you want to do.
Captain Aiden, blue or white?
Am I just picking a color? So
Yeah.
let's go ahead. Let's go for the blue one.
All right then. We're flying through space, trying to find that optimized line, and I slowly catch up to the Quantum Falcon.
Okay.
And then I'm going to try to go belly to belly with it and drop the drone from underneath of it.
It's going to be an opposed roll. They're not going to let you do this. Okay?
Yeah, I understand.
It's a 14 to pass.
Ooh. That's a tough roll.
They rolled a 10 and they're an ace pilot.
Yeah, I understand all this.
Am I able to throw an assist in there at all or anything like that?
It would only balance out the negative. You could take his bane away.
That'd be nice. Whatever I can do to help.
I'd say you're reading off numbers as you get closer. But, you know, that's the kind of thing you should be telling me.
$10 plus 3 is a 13.
Okay. So you're not quite going to get close enough to deploy that drone against them. And you went after the Quantum Falcon?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just see. If I were the pilot of this vessel, knowing what I know about your ship, so he pulls away, and then he careens and slams back hard into your ship. He instigates a collision intentionally with your ship. The repair drone is immediately crushed to slag, and so he has an armor of 15, and he has thrust points. He has 22 hull points after that. So he is going to instigate. He's going to smash this thing to shit. You guys might die. You're going to take immediately 8 points of hull damage. And you are going to careen out of control. And maybe rethink your life.
Fuck.
He basically just took an F1 car and tried to run it into like a stock car.
We didn't try to run it into it. We tried to gently touch its belly, and it ran itself into us. I rolled a 12 to get back under control.
Okay, you do get back under control. Looking at the damaged surfaces, you are no longer capable of sustaining high burn.
Oh no. That's what took us into that uncontrolled thing, was he hit our one-use nozzle. And we had jettisoned that.
That's better storytelling, yes. So that's where you're stuck at. You've lost your high burn capability.
All right. I'm going to give him a little bit more space now. But we're still going to race from over here now.
He's also went to his full speed now of thrust 9, so he's steady pulling away.
Well, hope we can catch him at the last part. Maybe we just pull out and we win. I don't know. I'm going to keep going until we make it. What's next?
Next is the
Around the Moon.
Around the Moon, which is actually just a plotting a course thing. It's mostly an astrogation problem. So what, in order to plot the optimal course around the moon, what you want to do is be able to be on the throttle with your foot down the entire way, using the gravity of the moon to slingshot yourself around. This is more astrogation than it is piloting. But it is a task chain. So you need 3 astrogation checks and then a piloting check using the effect of the astrogation checks.
Let's do it.
All right, Captain. We're down an engine. I need you to get me as close to that moon surface as possible so we can slingshot around it and catch up.
All right, you got it. Let me do some calculations. We're doing 3 of these in a row, you said?
Yeah, so basically you're plotting a course to use the gravity of the moon to slingshot yourself all the way around the moon while he has his foot down all the way to the floorboard, thrusting. And it's especially important now because you don't have your high burn.
Yep, got that. All right, I'm going for 3 rolls. So first one is an 11.
Okay. It's a task chain, so take your effect to the next one.
So let me-
I'll be right back.
All right, everything worked out right. I have at the end of the tasks chain for all 3, I have a 14.
Okay. So that is a plus 6. That's a critical success. So you can go ahead and pass that on. And really, it's just, I don't think it can fail with that, but let's see how much effect he can get off of it.
Gotcha.
5 plus 3 is 8, plus 6 is 14.
Okay. So let's see. That's another critical success. So when we get to the next one, you're going to have caught up with the body. And when Ghost gets back, I will ask him. What? All right, so good, because it's time for me to ask. So you guys have now skipped ahead to the container yard, and now Ray's like, okay, so now we need a way for them to shake the security forces when they come out the other end of this container yard.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest with you, I should have given this more thought up before this point, but I haven't. So what do you want to do? They could try to just outrun the security forces, but I don't know if that's going to work.
No, I think maybe we should cause a distraction, get the security forces away from here first.
It's a good idea. We've got a bunch of drones left.
Yeah, we do. We could start sending them out and cause a ruckus in one completely different area. I mean, the other thing we could do is try to sabotage the security forces so that their dispatch time is just longer.
I mean, the security forces, to sabotage them would be just such a huge... That would be difficult to do on the fly without any weapon systems.
Gotcha.
But I do love the idea of causing a distraction elsewhere. Did you have something specific in mind? Those guys are going to be here soon. They're on full burn here. I
still have 3 recon probes, so we could send them out to do some damage.
What about the repair ones? We might be able to do something that so like there's weapon turrets and stuff here, and if we try to attack them directly, we might have an issue. But what if they had something else to shoot at? Maybe we can make the repair drones like send a tug or something haywire.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. All right, let's do it. Let's get in close to a tug, and I'll send a repair drone to go fuck it up.
Okay, I'm just gonna roll a few things for Ray here. Got to do that thing where I separate what the GM knows from what he knows, but I'm not entirely sure what you would know. Okay, so I'm gonna say you guys come in like your normal, like we're in this. Oh, where is the here? We're in this launch, and we're just here to do regular business and regular business and regular business. And he gets here, and he was thinking about sending repair drone to maybe cut the power off. And then he sees these wrecked ships in dry dock, and he's like, "Hey, Frank, those ships still have engines. What if we told one of the repair drones to just go over there and cut the engines on?"
Oh yeah, I like that idea. It'll just spin, like go crazy.
Yeah, it'll whatever direction the thrusters are pointed, it'll just start moving in that direction. And maybe they shoot it. No matter what they do, they're gonna have to do something.
Yeah, that's a hell of a distraction.
All right. Can you program that?
Yeah, I can. And then it's just a matter of timing, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think I can hang out here indefinitely. We're just a launch. Nobody cares about us right now, right?
Right. All right, so this safari ship looks like it's pointed in the optimal direction.
Okay.
To do this. So I'm going to go to the repair drone programming thing, and I'm going to tell it this safari ship just needs its engine to go on and turn on as hard and as fast as possible.
Okay, I'll let you use your computers for that if that's better for you.
It is by 1, so that'd be great. So with my +2, I got an 8.
Excellent. Okay, so you've got it all ready to go. It's just waiting for you to send the signal to start. And Ray's going to be looking at it and be like, all right, so maybe the other thing I can do while I'm just sitting here with my teeth in my mouth is I'm going to forward Luca all the information on, because there's like guys in spacesuits out here in the path they're going to be flying in. I'm just going to send him all the IR information so that he can see the people in spacesuits, so hopefully he can avoid hitting them.
We could map it through my Neuralink thing. He could see it as a HUD.
That's a great idea. And I know how to do that.
Oh, good, because I was squeezing my eyes really tight and it wasn't really working yet.
Okay. So all that prep work being done, the people who roll into the system are going to be the Quantum Falcon, the Void Strider, and this Mako. And they're going to be pretty close together. Even though the Quantum Falcon is like hell for leather, foot down, somehow this Mako has caught up to him, and the Void Strider is going to be hanging way back. Not because they want to, but because they can't keep up.
Where's the unnamed fighter that came through very, very first?
I thought they hit something.
That was the other one, the Light Fighter Mark II, right? There was this guy.
Yeah. He hit something.
Oh,
I may not have vocalized it, but he did not make it out of that battlefield.
Gotcha.
Or at least that's what I'm pretty sure I rolled for. But yeah, he didn't make it. He was innocent though. I'm gonna let Kizik go unless he wants to let the other guys go.
Oh no, I now have a HUD of all of the dangerous things. So I am at as fast as I possibly can. I've got this one spot that spirals one way and then inverts the other way and goes back into an anti-spiral. And I think, I'm confident that this thing is going to just whip through here at as fast as I can drive it.
Okay. How are you allocating your thrust points?
I'm going 1 point to move and 2 points to maneuver.
Okay.
Because I need an anti-helix it as I'm going halfway through.
Second, I'm just Just looking for stats for a specific thing that I don't see. Oh, it'll be on here. No, it won't. That would be too easy if we actually had it on there. Does anyone remember if a pulse laser is 1 or 2d6? Nobody wants to answer me, so it must be 2.
2d6 sounds right.
Well, what the hell? We'll call it 1. Oh, 1 plus 1. It'll be a dual turret. All right. So as you guys are coming through, because you didn't allocate any points of thrust, you're not going to be able to dodge this shot. They rolled a 9, and they rolled 9 to hit, 5 for damage, plus 1 for the other beam laser, plus 1 for effect. So that brings it to 7 more damage to the Mako as the security perimeter's pulse laser scythes from one end of the Mako to the other. At this point, it's taken enough damage that like the hull is cut open, you're losing pressure in the atmosphere, your ears are popping, the ship is shaking violently as Luca tries to fly it. They also take shots at the other 2 fighters and score direct hits on the Void Strider. They do enough damage that you can see bits and pieces of it Ghost coming apart. Okay. Luca, knowing that your ship is breaking up, give me, with a Bane, your piloting check.
Oh, that was so... Bane means I take the lowest one. Oh. I throw away the highest, so that's a 7 plus 3 is a 10.
Oh man, that's still good. That's still good enough to avoid hitting civilians as you careen through the middle. So there'll be levels of success here. You're still technically in the lead. That fight, that laser blast that hit you really, really hurt the ship. The ship is in pretty bad shape now. But you're coming up the middle now. You can tell me like where you want to maneuver. You can move basically a square in each direction. If you look straight up and down, it's a grid. Keeping in mind what's in each square. Also, Ghost can have his turn this time around if he wants to, at any point in time, initiate his shenanigans.
Yeah, I think it's a good time. I'm going to go ahead and start my distraction.
Okay. You already rolled for it, so you go ahead and do it, and suddenly the thrusters on the Safari ship ignite, and it starts just rolling out of dock in a ballistic direction, and the entire dock comes alive. Tug ships, drones, people in EV suits trying to get out of the way, like the ship has just gone haywire, and all the weapon systems turn and immediately target it, including the big one on top of the big tower. It gets sort of close to where Ray and you are in the launch, and he kind of side slips you closer to the power reactor as though you're evading the Safari ship.
Very slick, Ray. Good job.
Okay. Aiden?
Luca's gonna say, Taylor, keep her together. And then they'll look over.
Oh, no. That's so sad.
I believe Aiden may have had a stroke.
No stroke. I'm here. It's a you. Anyway, so yes, so we were just kind of getting back into control, right?
He was. That was Kizik's turn.
Okay.
It's now your turn to, do whatever you think you need to do here.
Oh, gotcha. I am. I don't see any. Well, I could. This is just a grid field, so no point in really doing any astrogation through here. I was thinking about possibly trying to plot something, but I assume this is pretty tight and through here, right?
It is very tight through there. The main problem that's facing you right now is the condition of the ship.
Right.
If Luca decides to pull a high G maneuver right now, there's a chance bits are going to start coming off the ship if it doesn't break its back altogether. Yeah, I believe if I did my math correct, you have 3 hull points remaining.
Hey,
I have 3 hull points remaining.
Hey, Luca, how fast are we going right now?
We're going fast. Keep the ship together. We got to make it through.
All right, so I'm gonna look inside here and make sure I can latch on to some safety harnesses of some kind on here so that I can get stabilized with the hull of the ship on the inside. I'm gonna snag my toolbox, my tool belt, and actually head over to where the closest penetration mark is, and I'm gonna try and collude something to keep the thing together.
Okay. So directly behind the cockpit, there's a long corridor that goes between the 2 fuel bays. And it's going to be pretty miraculous to you as you open the door behind the cockpit. First off, the little bit of atmosphere that was in the cockpit is now gone. Because when you hit this, it vents into space. So you guys, but you're already in your flight suits, you're in your vac suits, so you're not going to suffocate or anything. As you open it up, you can see straight out into space. That pulse laser cut a line straight down the corridor, missing both fuel tanks. But it has cut. Like, this corridor is where the laser has cut. So when you step out into the ship, you can hear your mag boots automatically cutting on, meaning the grav plating isn't working in the hallway. You can hear your breath because there's no atmosphere in your helmet. And you look up and you can see like this jagged, burnt metal and this line that goes all the way back to the engineering bay door. And you can see space just careening by outside.
Well, that definitely doesn't look good. So I'm trying to look around to see what I want to see where my weak point's at, where the ship is actually falling apart. If this is just a hole where the laser had actually cut through it, I'd like to see if there's some way that I can actually patch it, see if there's some paneling that I can rip off to move over to at least secure it temporarily.
Okay, that's a great idea. You can try to brace it. You're never going to make it airtight, but right now you're more worried about structure, is what it sounds like.
Yes, that's all I care about is the structure. I don't want it to rip in half or anything.
Okay, go ahead and give me a mechanics check.
So got an 8.
Okay. I'm going to say that you can find one cross beam and a patch kit, and you're able to put a band-aid on, like, there's like one I-beam that you've attached to 2 hard points and then patched into place, and you're going to spend the majority of this turn just patching that thing in place.
Perfect. All right, we're doing a patch over here, Luca, so hold on there. We're getting this done. I'm fixing an I-beam over here.
Yeah. I'm going to put us at the top of the round, but I'm also going to move us down 1 tile unless Luca wants to go in a different direction.
Can I go to this tile?
You absolutely can. Go ahead and move it because I dropped it in a bad spot. All right. It's a free-for-all. Any player can go.
Patch her up.
If nobody else wants to go, I'll go. I'll keep patching the holes. Once I finish up with this I-beam, I want to move on to the next one.
Okay.
Good plan.
Roll another mechanics check and then roll a d6.
Mechanics check is 8, and then I'm rolling 1d6, you said?
Yep, just see how many turns it takes you to put the next patch in.
6.
Oh, that was like the worst time to get a 6.
I know, for real, isn't it?
Okay, so I suspect for the rest of this encounter, but keep track of the turns, you're going to be putting these patches in. You are going to recover 2 hit points on the ship, which is a significant amount if you can complete it, though.
And that's with the corrections of all of the problems, right?
No, not even remotely.
Oh, no, I mean, well, 2 points 2 points per patch or 2 points for all of the patches total?
If you complete these 6 turns, will have given 2 hull points back to the ship.
Okay, that's what I want. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So it's either Ghost or Kissick.
I'm still flying her. I'm gonna leave a point for dodging.
Okay, give me your flight check.
Am I still at a bane?
You're still at a bane, and you're probably going to be for the rest of the encounter.
That's a 4 plus 3 is a 7.
Okay. So let me ask you.
Can I spend player points? It's not a combat roll.
Yeah, it's not a combat roll. You can spend that 1 point if you want.
I'm gonna spend 4. I'm gonna spend 5.
5 for what?
Just because I've got a ship that's falling apart, and it's terrifying.
You can spend 1 point to bring it up to an 8, so you can pass. Okay, so you pass your check. You're dipping and weaving. Think about what tile you want to go into next. Ghost, scrolled over here to where this launch is now practically landed on the support platform that has the main power generator for this orbital container yard.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and turn that off.
I love how you say that. How are you going to accomplish turning it off? Because there's a couple of different ways, one of which I know you've been itching to do.
Well, I could have my dog bark.
Mm-hmm.
I could use a recon drone as a missile, right? I could go out there in my exosuit.
You can just pop the bay door open and use your Gauss rifle.
Yeah.
So all you have to do is find some important looking panel or breaker that'll cause it to short.
I'm going to scan the area for a box that looks important and has a bunch of electrical bits coming out of it.
Okay, that's an easy check. You're at a power generation station. And if you pass that check, I won't give you a bane on the other thing.
And?
Oh, that's the pass. Take your effect and do a task chain. So take that effect and add it to your shot. Take the effect of that and add it to your damage.
$13 for the shot, with everything added to it.
Okay.
And then damage for the Gauss rifle.
So this is personal level damage, but you're going to have a lot of it.
It's 5D.
You're going to have a lot of it, plus your effect.
Yeah. Which was
5.
Yeah. So 5D plus 5. Here we go. 15 total damage.
Oh, nice.
Look at all those ones.
I know, right? How fucking ridiculous is that? It's almost minimum damage.
Oh, that sucks. But it's okay, because it's still enough. So you hit this thing, and immediately the entire platform goes to emergency power. Every weapon system dies. Every light that isn't an essential emergency light goes out. And there are several red blinking emergency hatches, and you start seeing all the people in vac suits start making their way to the main building. Escape pod doors start opening on the bottom of they don't start firing, but the bay doors start opening, and you can tell that the entire container platform is now in an evacuation state.
Ray, we gotta get out of here now.
He's like, yeah, all right, ready to hit the button. Just, I want you to close the door first, because I don't want you to, fall out.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna get back in and close the door.
So he's gonna start moving you out. I think that might distract him, boss.
Yeah, between that and the safari ship, I think we did all right.
Oh yeah, no, that safari ship's gonna be a missile. They're just gonna let it go now. I wonder where that thing's gonna land. He's
right?
He's just now realizing, oh shit, we sort of set a ship loose with no pilot.
Yeah, it's going towards Elise.
In our luck, it's gonna hit an orphanage or something.
Oh my god. That's the second thing I've destroyed today.
All right. So now all you guys have to do is maneuver through a blacked out container field and not hit any of the innocent bystanders trying to run away.
Are they tagged?
As long as the launch is within range of them, yes, they will be tagged. And we're top of the round.
Excellent. I'm gonna not hit a person. I'm gonna use save my one to dodge.
I mean, you can't see it, but those two guys, they've definitely hit people.
Man, that's another 7.
Okay. You want to use one more point?
Yes.
Okay.
Don't want to die.
If this is turn 2 of 6 for Thodubs.
Kraken.
Ghost, you guys have done a lot, but if you want to, it is your turn.
Ray and I need to go scope out a place that they can lay low. So I think we should take some time to do that.
Okay. Did you have a place in mind?
Is there any way to hide on the underside, like where the wild ride was? Because that was kind of like way out and out of the way. But that was a hangar, right?
It was a cargo bay that was underneath a hangar, but it's not impossible to do, but you are driving towards the most powerful sensor suite in the sector. So there's going to be a lot of rolls involved in doing that. It would be better to leave that area until the, stars go away and then come back.
Right. Okay, so that's like driving into the city.
It's doable, but it's tricky.
Yeah. Right. All right, we need to go out in the wild somewhere and hang out.
Or find something to hide inside.
Inside of. How big is the ship? The yacht?
So the yacht's a 200-tonner. The Mako is 50 tons, so it's too big to fit into its bay. Same thing with the Safari ship.
Safari missile.
Safari missile. All right, so Ray, let's go find a very, very large ship that we could hide with.
Can do, boss. And he starts careening you deeper into the farm of container areas. This is just one of. And he seems to be looking for something specific.
When we were out here last time, did you see anything like huge that we could hide in?
He wasn't with you last time.
Oh shit! I thought you were here with us when we scoped this place out.
I don't think so. I think you had Luca doing the flying last time.
Okay, that's my bad. My bad, Ray.
So, I see one large of the cargo ship that's docked, and it's got all its containers being moved in and out. We might be able to hide between two containers for a while, but they have to get out of here first. I think the local security forces are going to be a little busy with that Safari ship if we can get out there relatively quickly.
Right. Okay.
We also got to get them out here without drawing too much attention.
It's a good idea, Ray. Let's we'll scope it.
You want to
make sure it's cool.
Yeah, I'll start moving towards that. You want to relay it to Luca?
I will. Luca, we might have found a place to hide out and lay low for a while after this race. We'll let you know soon.
Flying.
You leave that message unread.
Flying. As I'm trying to not do too many hygiene maneuvers because I got a guy in a spot and I hear the ship creaking with every move I make.
You also see in front of you a rapidly approaching wall of super large warehouse containers. So you're going to have to go... It's these guys down here. You're going to have to go around it some way.
I can't split the middle. I got to go back into the left.
And split the middle. You just have to... that's a maneuver. That's not just... it's not just going to happen.
Yeah.
That's a turn your wings on the side maneuver.
Yeah. That's what I'm headed for. Turn them sideways.
Okay. Move yourself a block closer. Give me your piloting check.
That's a 7 plus 3 is a 10.
You hear an explosion behind you.
I actually hear it because we're actually open to space.
Your sensors interpret data and put your sounds that make sense to you. Moment.
Oh.
Is there no percussive blast?
So there would be if you're within shockwave range, but at the speeds they're moving away from it, it probably would never catch up to them. But yeah, I mean that's actually how you do most of your damage in space, is either through kinetic impact or having a brief presence of pressure that there was previously not. So anyway, you hear explodey bits, and guy not there anymore.
Yeah. This race is brutal. Who fucking signs up to do this? Death toll in the 60% range.
Lucas just smiling.
Death toll's higher than 60, I think. I'm not real good with math, but there's only 2 guys left. Actually, there's 3. I take it back. There's 3, but one of them's out of the race. He didn't die.
This guy's out. Yeah. Light fighter's way back here.
Purple light fighter's still alive. Shuttle's still alive. No, these guys are all dead.
Oh.
You blew them up. They're dead. Those were the guys that died at the fuel depot.
Shit. That's just one more. Yeah, that's one more Frank Knowles, awful thing that happens to Frank Knowles.
All got caught on film, but nobody knows who did it.
They just know that it was a droid.
They know it was intentional. Everyone who watched it happen, because remember that was a fuel depot, so it was broadcast live to everybody.
Yeah.
But nobody actually saw you deploy the drone because I rolled for it. So, so that drone just came out of nowhere and then took everybody out, and that's, spoiler alert, that's going to get talked about on the station.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's our little secret.
So, Ray is going to report back that he has, found a nice little spot between 2 containers. We just need to get you guys there as quickly as possible. And the police are a little bit sidetracked with the safari ship, so I need 2 more rolls from Kizik to get himself out of the container stuff, and to give me some descriptions, and then I'm going to roll to see if this last shuttle actually makes it.
And so I'm now sideways. My alarms are beeping again. I hear oh shit, my head, from Aiden in the back as he's still actively welding together the huge cuts.
Mm-hmm. While mag booted, he's feeling inertia as you move.
That's a 5 plus 3 is an 8. Scraping by way too close. Lucas' smile goes from oh man, this is really neat, to oh man, that's really close. Makes it past the last one. Rolls a 4 plus 3, spends another player point.
Okay. I need 1 more to get to the hiding place before the security forces turn around and start looking for people.
Then he triumphantly blasts through the last hole, and looks for cameras but doesn't see them.
Oh, you do see them. They're all around you.
Well, cameras are all around.
There's at least 6 of those little camera drones as you're coming through this part. Basically, this is the finish line, so this is definitely getting broadcast in the race.
Rolled a 9 plus 3 is a 12, so even as things are falling apart, still has time for a celebratory barrel roll as he turns around the little tiny hole and then goes and finds the race safe spot.
The Void Strider actually manages to make it all the way to the end without dying. So 1 other shuttle made it, But he only made it because when he saw that he was not going to, there was no way in hell he could beat Luca to the finish line. I had him reduce his thrust all the way to 1.
He just putzed his way through.
I mean, well, if you know you're not going to win the race, do you want to die in vain? Like, do you want to die for no reason?
Second place is any flight you can walk away from.
Right.
Okay, so you guys find yourself for several hours parked between 2 large containers on one of these cargo ships, all the way powered down. Dubs, Aiden does as best of a job as he can to patch the structural integrity of the ship, but it needs a dry dock. But you're pretty sure with the repairs you've made that it's going to be able to get back to the landing bay at least. And you guys can have a little conversation if you want. You're going to have to wait here for a little bit for the heat to die down.
Hey, good job, Luca. You did good.
Did you blow up that refueling center?
No. That shit was crazy, though.
Holy shit. Did you see that flying?
Yeah, I saw you flying at the end. That was really good.
We went into like a sentient shadow that was catching people on fire. I thought about docking with the necessity as we were like real close with it, and then I was like, no, that's a terrible idea.
Yeah, what was with that little like bump that you did earlier, where you came in contact with another ship? That was crazy too. I thought you were a goner.
I thought that I was gonna deploy a repair mine that turned off its engines. But he bumped me back, and he was real fucking heavy.
I'm glad you guys didn't die. Aiden, you got your brown pants on, right?
Yes, they are definitely brown. So yeah, exactly.
Well,
did good holding the ship together.
Yeah, we tried. I'm glad we survived it.
Wait, did you turn off the power? Like, at one point, all of the lights went off. Or was that the race? Because that'd be a killer end to a race.
Ray and I did cut the power. Yeah. We also sent a safari ship on like a ballistic course out of the shipyard here. So, yeah, that might be a bad thing.
I mean, tell Aiden how fast it was going. He could probably whip you up on where it's going.
Aiden, I had the repair drone turn a safari ship on full blast. I don't know how much fuel it had in it, but it would have started lumbering in this kind of trajectory. Do you think you know where it ends up?
We can run some calculations and see where it might be, but obviously it's, even if the burners are on or not, it's still going to be heading in that direction regardless of it being dead or not.
Yeah, I just don't want to take out an orphanage. I've got enough on my conscience. They call me the dog catcher, and it's not a very great moniker.
Was it heading towards the station?
It was heading away from the container yard, in like a this way.
I mean, is that like heading out towards space, or?
So, Aiden, roll an astrogation. Ghost, roll me 2d6.
My 2d6 was 3.
I got a 6, but I'd like to throw a player point in there if that's possible to bring it up to the 8.
You can spend some player points, which means that Aiden knows that, like, you're bored. You're stuck between 2 container ships, but you still have your tap to the, like, local navcom.
Yep.
That safari ship hit another ship. It's a Vargar colony transport.
No! No! God, no! The humanity! The Vargardi! Jeez! Why, God?
Yeah, sorry about that, Frank.
And, it's the dice's fault. I didn't do it. Anyway,
Rough.
that's where we're going to end the session for tonight. You guys are going to make it back to the space station, and we'll pick a little bit up on that next Saturday and see if you guys stick around anymore, if you head out. We are going to say that while Aiden was in the back, very successfully fixed the ship. Didn't successfully keep his lunch down as the gravity kept turning on and off because of the battle damage. But he's going to have some issues where he's hit his head and he's thrown up in his helmet.
Yeah, I need to figure out a way to get like an internal windshield wiper on my helmet so I can see what's going on after I puke.
So he's had some issues, so he's going to end up checking himself into the med center when he gets back there, because Thodos isn't going to be with us next time, so his character is going to have some, going to have some doctor's visits to keep him occupied.
It finally slowed down, and then a celebratory barrel roll just slammed his head again.
Yep. But
right at the end,
it was a very heroic welding sequence. You've got what look like stitches running all the way down the center line of the ship.
Yeah, we had borrowed that ship, so.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah. We'll leave it to the captain to actually talk about it with Stacy.
Oh yeah, that's going to be fantastic. I can't wait for the opening of the next session where you guys are explaining to the captain everything that's happened, and then being like, so someone's got to go tell Stacy what happened to the ship, and the authorities don't know we did anything, but all the outlaws on the station probably do.
And Captain, have fun with that.
Oh, we gotta figure out how I get paid too. I just want to race.
That's much easier than getting paid for that bounty that got evaporated.
No evaporations.
No disintegrations. Also, it's hilarious that Frank outright lied to you. Like, he was like, you were like, did you blow up that ship? And he's like, no. And I feel like Ray was just like side-eyeing him like really hard the whole time. Like,
Ray is me and your secret.
So
what happens in this shuttle stays in this shuttle.
Ray's gonna be like, that's gonna cost you a hell of a bottle of bourbon.
Yeah.
Oh, as soon as like the coast is clear, I'm gonna look at Ray. I'm gonna say, race you back to the ship.
He's thrust one. That's so unfair. Like a Camaro versus a go-kart.
Good session. Good race.
I was pretty good. I'm very happy with how everything went. The dice they weren't kind, but they were very cinematic. Also, that one purple fighter that made it back just became a character. I don't know who that character is going to be yet, but that is going to be a thing. Also, did you like seeing the beetle again?
I did. I looked at it and I was like, who is on that ship? I need to know.
Well, it might end up being a thing. I may take the deck plan from it and turn it into a traveler ship. It'll probably be a shuttle, not anything like what you guys have. But I might just straight up incorporate it. Just because I was setting this map up and I randomly searched for ship tokens that I already had saved, and of course I have a bunch from Edge of the Empire. But that one came up and I was like, no, I've got to use that one just for nostalgia purposes.
Yeah. I was eyeballing it hard.
Anyway, thank you guys. Great session. You did get the baddie. It was just bad dice rolls that caused the fuel depot to blow up. And they weren't bad dice rolls.
Yeah, I mean, like, I didn't mean for that to happen.
Yeah, he rolled I think it was 3. Where I was like, does the whole depot blow up? And in my head, I was like, good scores mean that it doesn't, because obviously Ghost did not intend to kill everyone. So.
True.
But then I rolled for each individual ship to see if they could break away fast enough, and a couple of them did. The guy in the heavy fighter probably would have been a good friend of yours at the end of the day, but because Luca tried that dirty trick on him, it's probably a good thing that he didn't make it through the container yard. Because all of these pilots know who you are.
Okay.
So, anyway,
Was Cameron in this race?
Cameron was in this race.
Ooh.
Did Cameron survive this race?
Do you really want to know the answer to that?
Well, I do, but I don't. I just,
Well,
I know
let me ask
Luke is
Kizik.
gonna want to know.
Kizik, do you want to know the answer as Kizik to this question? Obviously, Luca doesn't have any way of
Oh,
knowing.
ask Kizik. Okay.
We'll find out next time when you go to
we'll find out
win.
next time.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, you guys are gonna have to fill me in for next time then, because I'm curious.
Yeah, we'll let you know.
All right, guys. I'll see you next time. Thank you for stopping by.